we're back live on Restream. Okay, we've been recapping the drafts on TalkShoe. I'm going to be quickly recap the drafts on Restream here. So the MLS draft came in at number 5. It had Abu Denladi, Miles Robinson, the Syracuse defenseman, and Jeremy Ebobice in the top 4. Julian Gressel went 8th. He won an MLS Cup. Brandon Aubrey became the Dallas Cowboys kicker. I'm not even going to click on round 2, 3, or 4 just to save us time, because if we're going to do these recaps, we have to save time at this point. We just do. It's not, you can go on Draft Utopia / 2017 draft results for whatever sport it is, whether it's NFL, NBA, NFL. But yeah, MLB draft came in at 4. But that's the thing. A lot of these drafts were top heavy, but they weren't deep. Royce Lewis, Hunter Green, Mackenzie Gore. I mean, a lot of the 2017 drafts were Kyle Wright went in the top 5. He's part of the Braves World Series team. But, you know, a lot of these drafts were top heavy. They weren't deep. And that's really the big thing. I mean, there were 4 picks in the top 15 of the NBA draft. Jason Tatum. Tatum and Fox were both good top 5 picks. You had Donovan Mitchell go to the Jazz. He's on the Cavs now. You had Bam Adebayo, and then you had Jarrett Allen in the back half of the first round, along with Kyle Kuzma. And you had Derek White go to the Spurs at 29, who the Jazz traded for. And then you had John Collins as well. You had OJ Anunoby. And I remember Trumaine Jenkins telling me 2018 was going to be a better NBA draft than 2017 back in 27 when we had the Evolution Network. And him and me were right on that. We both liked 2018 more than 2017. But yeah, there's the visuals, guys. And then I'll quickly show you guys what happened with the NHL draft. We're just trying to catch up our audience as fast as possible on content. Miro, Cale Makar, Elias Peterson, Nolan Patrick, Nico Hischier. I hate doing retakes. I'm like, I just do not like doing retakes. I'm the type of delusional person that believes I'm an A-list actor. So, and when you're an A-list actor, you don't have to do retakes. So I talk myself into believing I'm an A-list actor, even if I'm C-list or D-list as far as sports commentators go. But yeah, Nico Hischier, Nolan Patrick, Miro Heiskanen, Cale Makar, Elias Peterson all went in the top 5. And Nolan Patrick was the one bust from this draft. Nick Suzuki went to Vegas. There were some reaches, but Dallas was the big winner of the 2017 draft. They got Miro, they got Otter, they got Jason Robertson. Liljegren has been decent with Toronto. Nice bottom 6 player, but Dallas was the big winner of the 2017 draft. Shane Bowers was Ottawa's first round pick in 2017. And look, I don't dislike any of the picks, but none of them wow me either. And yeah, I mean, 2017 was a good goalie draft. Jason Robertson was the leading point scorer on Dallas the last 2 years, second round pick. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen's now Buffalo's starting goalie. So yeah, I'm going to try to get through some third round picks. Caden Primo went in the 7th round. But yeah, so all right, we're all caught up on the NHL draft for 2017. And after we did the Tyreek Hill rant, Restream cut us off. So that's why. So any round 6 and 7 rants from 2016 are not applicable here. And really, I'm just catching our audience up on what they missed. We talked about Myles Garrett and Mahomes being the 2 headline players of this class. You had some good players. You had Marlon Humphrey and Marshawn Lattimore in the top half of the draft. But, you know, the biggest steals in the back half of round 1 Jonathan Allen, that was a top 5 player for me. That was a steal at 17. Garrett Bowles, even though he's been a starter his entire career, he has underachieved. Ingram was a steal at 23. White was a bargain at 27. Njoku and Watt still on the teams that drafted him. Then Reuben Foster went 31st. Ryan Ramczyk was a good right tackle up until the knee injuries. And now we're back to round 2. Kevin King went to the Packers. Cam Robinson went to the Jaguars. Budda Baker and Cam Robinson, probably the 2 best value picks at 34 and 36. Zay Jones went 37th. Marcus May went 39th. Curtis Samuel, slot receiver, went 40th. We went on the Dalvin Cook rant before we realized Restream cut us off. I did not think this would take this long. But yeah, Joe Mixon went 48th. The Browns took Deshaun Kaiser. The Giants took Dalvin Tomlinson. The Raiders took Obi Melifonwu. I liked Zach Cunningham coming out of Vanderbilt initially, but over time, he faded. I had Ethan Pokuik as my number 2 center behind Pat Elflein in this draft, and Pokuik was actually the first center drafted, 58th overall. His career with Seattle didn't go as... I don't know how I would describe his career with Seattle, because I feel like he underachieved in Seattle, but he's lived up to the college draft type he's had with the Browns. Pokuik's just a weird player in that respect, and I know you want to comment on him briefly before... because their top 2 centers were both injured. Yeah, in the last 7 minutes, we caught up on every draft class, but part of it's adjusting. I realized that Restream cut me off during the 2016 NFL draft after Tyreek Hill, so we had to adjust. We went back, we showed a screenshot of all of our draft grades and write-ups on every pick in 5 minutes, and then we got back to where we were on TalkShoe. But yeah, Chidobe Awuzie went to the Cowboys at 60. He was a good number 2 corner in Dallas. Dallas didn't want to pay him. That was a gutsy decision at the time because, I mean, you look at Awuzie, he was under contract from 2017 through 2020 in a rookie deal, but Trevon Diggs did so well as a rookie. Dallas was like, we can let Awuzie walk. And then he goes to the Bengals. He becomes their number 1 corner, gets into a Super Bowl right out of the gate. But then the last 2 years, he had injuries. It's in the final year of his contract. Bengals didn't want to pay him, so the Titans end up picking him up as a number 2 corner. And Juju Smith-Schuster went to the Steelers. Juju was, in the summer of 2016, he was my number 1 receiver for this draft. And Lynn Swann pounded the table for this guy. Lynn Swann was saying, look, Juju's the best USC receiver since me. And the Steelers ended up picking him. And initially, he had success his first 2 years. And then after that, he had the freaking TikTok video against the Bengals. The Steelers missed the playoffs. Steeler fans got pissed off about that. And, you know, he went to the Patriots he went to the Chiefs, won a Super Bowl there. And then he went to the Patriots, and now he's like the number 6 receiver. He's like the worst receiver on the Patriots now, 1 year after signing a big contract with New England. The Bills took Deion Dawkins at 63, got a starting left tackle, and the Panthers got Taylor Moton, a starting right tackle. The Chiefs were able to get him as a number one receiver on a team-friendly deal, and once he got his ring in Super Bowl 57, he decided to leave KC, get the money, and he goes from the number one receiver in New England to the number 6 receiver over the span of 2 years. Yeah. Steelers aren't afraid to draft a receiver that's a diva as long as he delivers on the football field. And they have a good track record with divas, even dating back to Santonio Holmes. Santonio Holmes was considered kind of a diva after his Super Bowl catch. They drafted Emmanuel Sanders and Antonio Brown in 2010. So two of their 3 receivers ended up being divas, and then they ended up getting Juju, and they had Pickens as well. So Pickens is kind of a diva, but he backs it up with his play, whereas Juju doesn't. But yeah. Martavis Bryant, too. I forgot him. He was a 2014 draft pick out of Clemson. But Deion Dawkins and Taylor Moton, I had these guys both ending up as guards, but they both ended up becoming day one starters at tackle for the Bills and Panthers and have maintained their starting jobs. So even though I gave the Bills a C plus for Dawkins and a D for Moton, both guys have been much better than advertised. And I give them credit for maintaining their starting jobs at left tackle and right tackle for the Bills and Panthers. Anything you want to add to that before I get to round 3? Larry Ogunjobi is the 34 left end next to Cameron Hayward on the Steelers. He was on the Browns. I think he was on the Bengals too for a period. Ogunjobi was good during his rookie deal, but he did not warrant a big payday after that. And I think the Browns got that one right. They kept him through the duration of his rookie deal. Alvin Kamara, I was not a fan of Kamara. I thought he was going to be nothing more than a glorified third string back. He's been one of the best in the league. I gave the Rams a B plus for Cooper Kupp. I loved Kupp. I thought I gave the Rams an A plus for Kupp because I had a first round grade on Kupp. I did. I mocked Cooper Kupp in the first round. I think the reason I gave the Rams a B plus for Kupp is because of the 40 time. He had 4.62 at the combine and a 4.65 at his pro day. And the speed is what Cooper Kupp always had the talent and the route running to be a number one receiver, but the speed is what ended up dropping him. And he's a Super Bowl MVP. Not necessarily. Thomas Coburn had Cooper Kupp. Thomas Coburn's top 3 was Patrick Mahomes, Christian McCaffrey, Cooper Kupp. Thomas Coburn had the trifecta. He had the top offensive player at each position. So after Thomas Coburn, I will admit I was higher on Cooper Kupp than everyone in the country outside of Thomas Coburn, who had Mahomes, McCaffrey, and Cooper Kupp as his top 3 players in this draft. I'm giving Thomas Coburn more credit, though, because he had McCaffrey Kupp fan pages. He went to high school with Cooper Kupp. So I'm giving Thomas Coburn more credit than me, and I'm trying to be humble about it, which is pretty, I don't know if it's rare, but yeah, I'll take credit for being more accurate about Kupp than anyone else. But Thomas Coburn had McCaffrey, Mahomes, and Kupp is his top 3 for the entire draft, and he got that right. Those are the top 3 offensive players. Nobody's arguing that. I like Pat Elflein out of Ohio State, but he did lose the center job to Garrett Bradbury, Dan Feeney, Taywan Taylor, Jordan Willis. After Kupp, this draft does start to get underwhelming. Alex Anzalone, he's now a starter with the. I had a 7th round grade on Anzalone, but to be fair to him, he did well as a starter in New Orleans. He's done well with the Lions the last 2 years. I look like an idiot for giving him an F grade. I do. I look like an idiot. It's warranted. Roasting's warranted here. I gave the Buccaneers an A plus for Chris Godwin. I actually Godwin and Cup became as good as advertised. That's really the big thing. Kareem Hunt went to the Chiefs, then he went to the Browns. Um, I forgot to add a period after tape with Kareem Hunt. I'll go back and correct that right now. But yeah, if you want to talk about Kareem Hunt in the meantime, you're welcome to do so because I'm a perfectionist when it comes to complete sentences. I swear I gave the Rams an A+ for Cup at the time. I don't know why it says B+, but whatever. Um, and then the Browns, the Browns ended up picking. They got Kareem Hunt in the third round of this draft. No, the Chiefs got Kareem Hunt, and they cut him before they won the Super Bowl. They cut him in 2019, 2020 because of his off the field problems, and then the Browns picked him up. The Giants got Davis Webb at 87. Donta Foreman went to the Texans at 89. That's another good running back in this draft. I mean, Foreman, I'm not saying he's a great running back, but he's had his moments. Shaquille Griffin went to the Seahawks. He made the Pro Bowl early in his career with Seattle, underachieved in Jacksonville, rebounded in Houston initially, but then got cut later in the year once Desmond King returned to the roster. John Johnson went to the Rams at 91. Jordan Lewis became a nickel corner for Dallas at 92. Cameron Sutton went to the Steelers at 94. I had Sutton in the second round. The Steelers got him around later. The Lions got Kenny Golladay at 96, who had initial success but peaked early in his career. And the Eagles got Rasul Douglas, a corner I liked. They also got Sidney Jones. I didn't like initially later in his career. He's been a good number 2 tight end, but never number 1. And Trey Hendrickson went to the same tight end. Hendrickson and Cameron Jordan for a few years in New Orleans, and then Hendrickson went to the Bengals. And then after the Saints drafted Davenport, they were just like, whatever, Hendrickson's, yeah. But Hendrickson's been great. And then CJ went to the 49ers at Connor at 105. And then he signed with the Cardinals. He beat cancer. But yeah, picks. Cooper Kupp's probably the most notable one, but Chris Godwin, James Conner. Okay, so we're still live on TalkShoe. That's great. And we're still live on Restream. Perfect. But yeah, once you get to round 4 of this 2017 draft, where are the gems? D.D. Westbrook had initial success. Eddie Jackson was a steal at 112. And I think Jackson would have been picked higher if he hadn't been injured. But the thing with Eddie Jackson is he's mainly a zone coverage safety. That's all he could do. And he couldn't play man or press. He's mainly a zone coverage safety. And he did a good job at free safety for many years. Now he's the Ravens' backup safety. Because the Ravens had a good backup safety. I forget who it was. I think it was a 2020 draft pick. I think it was an Iowa safety. And then Perrine went in the 4th round. Samaj Perrine. Josh Reynolds was a slot receiver for the Rams. Tariq Cohen was a starter early in his career before Montgomery replaced him. The Lions got Jalen Reeves-Maybin in the 4th round. He's still on the Lions, I believe. And Samson Ekubom was he was drafted out of Eastern Washington. I believe he was on the 49ers for many years. And then Dietrich Wise Jr. fell to the Patriots at 131. But there were some reaches. Jamal Williams to the Packers in round 4. He wasn't even the best running back that the Packers drafted. And the Steelers took Dobbs at 135. Dobbs peaked last year, but he finally did get an opportunity to start. But that's the thing. Mason Rudolph was considered a player with a higher ceiling. Dobbs had a better floor than Rudolph, but Rudolph beat out Dobbs, and he had the higher ceiling, so it made cutting Dobbs all the more easier for Pittsburgh. But we'll get to Mason when we get to the 2018 draft. But yeah, Marlon Mack was decent until injuries occurred. Um, Grover Stewart was drafted by the Colts to end round 4, and Grover Stewart's still on the Colts. He got extended. So I had Grover Stewart dropping the end of round 6, but Grover Stewart did a good job. He pulled it together, and he was 6'4", 344 at the time. The weight was the big question. Could he get it under control? And he did. I didn't think he would. And that's the big reason why I had him falling to the 6th round. But, Colts have always ran a 34 defense, and, he pulled it together. So I'll give him credit because credit is due. Grover Stewart pulled his weight together. That's the thing. Zach Banner and Grover Stewart both had issues with controlling their weight. And Stewart kind of pulled it together, got it under control, whereas Banner didn't. I think that's a big reason why Banner's out of the league now. But yeah, that's the thing. And I'm going to get to round 5 now, unless you want to say something about Grover Stewart. So we got a lot to say about the 2018 drafts. The 5th round, Jake Butt was the first tight end off the board. He did not pan out. I had Jake Butt going to the 49ers in round 5 of my mock draft, but the Broncos decided to ruin. I think that's probably for the best, though, because the Niners took George Kittle. I had a higher grade on George, but I had Desmond King graded above George. Desmond King was my number 1 player on Iowa, and I'll give George Kittle credit for having a better career than Kittle was. The steal of round 5, probably the best day 3 value pick at the tight end position in the last decade. Desmond King did go to the Chargers. Jake Elliott went to the Bengals. I think the Bengals ended up cutting him, though, and you ended up signing with the Eagles. But yeah, the Bengals did draft Jake Elliott. The Ravens took Illuminor. And Illuminor is interesting because he was never good enough to start on the Ravens, but he ends up going to the Raiders. He turns his career around, and, now he's the starting right tackle in the New York Giants, one of the most coveted free agents. So that's the big thing with Illuminor. Because I was not high on Illuminor, but, he struggled with the Ravens, and then he turns it around on the Raiders, and now the Giants replaced Evan Neal at right tackle with Illuminor. But I felt like Illuminor could be an upgrade over Ricky Wagner. Doesn't quite pan out. The Browns took Roderick Johnson with the next pick after Illuminor came off the board. And then the Colts took Anthony Walker Jr. at 161. And to be fair, the Colts ran a 34 for many years, but they moved to a 43. I do not know why this. Maybe the Colts ran a 34 in 2017. I don't remember. But Anthony Walker was a preseason first-round grade. I remember telling Joey about Walker leading up to this draft in the podcast back in the day. The Bills got Matt Milano. I gave the Bills a B grade, but I had a 6th-round grade on Milano. I thought he had enough upside to develop into a starter. Milano, I don't think he's a Pro Bowler, but he has exceeded my expectations. I'll say that much about Milano. And when Milano was out with a season-ending injury, he just wasn't the same player. The Lions took Jamal Agnew. He wasn't even in my top 300. But, he ended up becoming a special teams guy in Jacksonville. And I feel like the guy they drafted, Parker Washington's an upgrade over him. The Bills took Nate Peterman at 171. He actually started as a rookie. That's how dire the Bills' QB situation was. And Nate Peterman's still in the league, surprisingly. Yeah, the Packers took a receiver out of Purdue. I don't think I'd put a closing bracket on this pick. That's probably why. That's probably why. No, I didn't. That's why. Yeah, I didn't put a closing bracket. That's why you could see like a link to the. All right. So yeah, that's fixed. I didn't put a closing bracket on the Bengals fifth round pick, JJ Dealman. I didn't put a closing bracket. So there were a lot of picks where I forgot to put the closing bracket when coding. The Niners took Trent Taylor. Trent Taylor, good number 4, number 5 receiver. Solid backup, nothing more though. Devon Godchaux, I had Godchaux. I had like a second round grade on Godchaux. The Dolphins draft him, the Patriots sign him. He's been a good starter. And the Packers got Aaron Jones. So Kittle, Godchaux, and Aaron Jones are the standouts in a very pedestrian round 5. But there were some standouts and pretty big ones too. Kittle being the biggest of the 3, but Kittle, those are the 3 that stood out. Kittle. Yeah, I mean, it's true. This was a very pedestrian 6th round. The Browns took Caleb Brantley to start round 6. The Ravens got Chuck Clark in the very next pick, and he was a nickel corner at Virginia Tech. He became the Ravens' strong safety for a few years. Cowboys got Xavier Woods. He ended up signing with Carolina down the road. My favorite pick at the time was Vincent Taylor, but he hasn't been all that. DJ Jones, probably the best 6th round pick. I mean, he was a defensive tackle in the 49ers, but he became the Broncos' starting nose tackle. Roulier had a few years as the starting left guard, but he really wasn't anything special. Jonathan Ford was a free safety at Auburn. I think he ended up on the Packers. Had some nice plays. Connor McDermott was the Patriots' left tackle. Did not do a good job, but he with Trent Brown injured, we had to play him at left tackle. That's how depleted our offensive line was last year. And yeah, just a very mundane round 6. A lot of people forget Austin Eckler went undrafted in this draft. The Browns drafted Zane Gonzalez in round 7. That did not work out. Um, that did not work out. Gonzalez did get a kicker job elsewhere though. Harrison Butker was drafted by the Panthers, and the Panthers cut Butker, and he became the Chiefs' starting kicker. I gave the Panthers an F grade for drafting Harrison Butker, but when you think about it, I probably should have gave the Panthers an F grade for cutting him, because once he got the Chiefs, he turned it around and became one of the top 5 kickers in the league. Noah Brown was drafted by Dallas in round 7. Very serviceable number 4 receiver for many years. I mean, Noah Brown's not a starter, but he has experience as a starter, and yes, so Noah Brown, Elijah Hood, Kyle Fuller, not a lot. Malachi Dupree went to the Packers in round 7. Chris Carson went to Seattle in round 7. Mason Schreck went in round 7. Mr. Relevant was Chad Kelly. Um, so yeah, very underwhelming round 7. But that's the 2017 draft. We're finally on to 2018. Let's see what we can get done in whatever time we have here. All right, 2018 MLS draft. It comes in at number 5. A lot of these drafts were underwhelming because we went through round. I remember rounds 3 and 4 of the MLS draft in 2018 were on the day of the AFC Championship. That was when the Jaguars played the Patriots. I remember you and John Butts roasting me because we had to go through the games as well as the draft at the same time. It was a very, but that's the thing. It was a very underwhelming 2018 draft. Moutinho went first overall. Hilliard Arce went second. Blackman went third. Francis Atune went fourth. John Baccaro went fifth. Chris Moeller, who went sixth to Orlando, won Rookie of the Year. And Orlando was able to trade him to Chicago for the Duncan McGuire pick. The New England Revolution drafted Brandon Bye, a Western Michigan midfielder, at 8, and they converted him to right back and got a starting right back on the defense at 8. Bye is one of the best picks. Mo Adams, a player I interviewed, went 10th overall to Chicago. Mo Adams, good defensive midfielder. I'm not sure what team Mo Adams is on now, but he had a great interview for Syracuse, and I was able to use that interview to get some. Okay, he went overseas to Britain. Okay, that's interesting because he was in the MLS for a few years. He was even on Miami at one point. So he took an offer to go play overseas in Britain. That's cool. John Gallagher went 14th to Atlanta. Brian White went in the first round. There were like 4 goalies drafted in the first round of the 2018 MLS draft, and Alex Roldan, the younger brother of Christian Roldan, still on the Seattle Sounders. So there were a few players in this MLS draft that were good, but it was a very underwhelming draft for Major League Soccer in 2018. It was. I mean, it wasn't really like wasn't a great draft year because a lot of the draft picks that I thought were going to be good underachieved. And that's really all I'm going to say about the MLS draft. But the 2018 MLS draft comes in at number 5. 2018 NHL draft comes in at number 4. All of the star players were gone but in the top 12. I really don't need to show much. I mean, Rasmus Dahlin was a good number 1 pick. He's the number 1 defenseman on the Buffalo Sabres. He got a contract extension for the team that drafted him. Andrei Svechnikov's the first line left winger. They moved up from 11 to 2 in the 2018 NHL draft. I think that's one of the big reasons their rebuild's gone so smoothly. Svechnikov can play first line winger at left wing or right wing with his versatility. Jesperi Kotkaniemi went to Montreal. They didn't want to pay him, so he signed with Carolina. Ottawa got Brady Tkachuk at 4. And this was a winger defense draft. I remember telling you, Joey, that the 2018 NHL draft is going to be a winger defenseman draft. And I did not think there was a center worthy of going in the top 5. 2 centers ended up going in the top 5. Kotkaniemi to Montreal, who they rushed up because Montreal just had a dire need for a first-line center, and they weren't patient. And Barrett Hayton, he went to the Coyotes, and Barrett Hayton actually did good last 2 years. He's done a nice job in the NHL. It took 5 years to develop, but he ended up becoming a top 3 center on the Coyotes. So even though I gave the pick a D- grade, you can argue that Hayton's exceeded those expectations because the Coyotes were patient with him. I had Philippe Zadina in my top 3. He was probably the most disappointing player in this top 10 because I had Zadina. My top 4 for this draft, Joey, was number 1, Dolly, number 2, Svechnikov, number 3, Kachuk, and I had Zadina at like 3 or 4 in this draft. And, he ended up falling to 6, and the Red Wings took him, and it didn't work out. Quinn Hughes was the very next pick, and my friend Chris Robbins, a Red Wings fan, wanted the Red Wings to draft Hughes. He's a Michigan fan as well. Hughes became the Vancouver Canucks captain. So, I mean, the top 2 defensemen in this draft, Dahlin and Hughes, both big-time stars, both number 1 defensemen. But many are going to argue that Hughes is a bigger star than Dahlin. And while Hughes had the better offensive ability, both guys are number 1 defensemen. Hughes has just had more playoff exposure. Adam Bachfist was the 3rd defenseman drafted. He struggled with Chicago and Columbus. The Florida Panthers signed Bachfist to like a team-friendly deal for league minimum as their number 6 defenseman. So maybe Bachfist turns things around in Florida and then gets a big payday. The Rangers reached for Kravtsov. The Oilers took Evan Bouchard at 10. But the thing with Bachfist is he was a top 4 defender in Chicago. It didn't work out. He was a number 4 or 5 defender in Columbus. That didn't work out. Now he's going to be a number 6 defender on the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. And if he turns things around, it only strengthens the defenseman group in 2018 because Dahlin and Quinn Hughes are both number 1 defensemen. Bachfist gets drafted number 8, and he ends up being the bust of the group. But to be fair to Bachfist, he was seen as a player who was offensively gifted but raw defensively at 5'11", 170 pounds. He was seen as an offensive dynamo in Sweden, but he never became. He was supposed to be the next Erik Karlsson. He never became that. And his upside was 25 goals, 50 assists. He never became that. They lost Oliver Ekman-Larsson, their power play specialist. Bachfist is probably Ekman-Larsson's replacement. That's probably why. Because, I mean, Florida lost 4 of their defensemen to free agency. They were able to keep their 2 top-line guys, and they were able to keep their number 4 defenseman. But they did lose a lot of... Because here's the thing. They brought back Dmitry Kulikov, their number 5 defense, 2010 first-round pick, and made him the number 4 defenseman. They brought in Nate Schmidt on a team-friendly deal, former Vegas Golden Knight, Winnipeg Jets defenseman. And then you have Uvis Balinskis and Adam Bachfist competing for that number 6 defenseman job. And even though Daily Faceoff has Balkovskis winning the job, I think Bachfist ends up beating him out. I disagree with Daily Faceoff on this. I think Balinskis ends up losing that number 6 defenseman job to Bachfist, who signed with Florida. So... And Bachfist was seen as a guy who could get you 25 goals, 50 assists. Obviously, he's never going to become that, but maybe he becomes your second-line power play specialist with Oliver Ekman-Larsson no longer on the team. Maybe he's the second-line power play defenseman behind Ekblad. They reloaded. They're hoping the additions they made help them repeat. I feel like the Panthers peaked this year. Hockey Guy, the YouTuber Hockey Guy, he's really popular. He thinks the Panthers have a shot to repeat. You seem to agree with him and disagree with me on the Panthers window being done, but we'll see. I think regardless of what happens, this is their last year to try to get another cup, and then things are going to start to unravel because Ekblad's a UFA after this year. They've got one more year to try to get another one, but it'll be interesting because if Bachbus can turn things around, he can make things very interesting because 4 defensemen were drafted in the top 10. Evan Bouchard, Oilers number 1 defenseman, Quinn Hughes, Canucks number 1 defenseman, and Rasmus Dahlin, Sabres number 1 defenseman. The one guy in the top 10 that didn't pan out is Bachbus, but he goes to Florida, and he's got an opportunity to turn things around there. So it's an interesting dynamic. Wahlstrom went 11th, and the 5th defenseman projected to go in the top 10 was Noah Dobson. He's a first-line defenseman on the Lisa's Islanders. So, I mean, there were 5 defensemen projected to go in the top 10, and one of them fell to 12, and 4 of those 5 defensemen panned out. That is the story of the draft in 2018. Dallas Stars took Ty Delandry at 13. I gave them a D- for picking him. He's a great character guy. He was one of the 15 players Jim Nill interviewed, and he was the guy they liked the most. But after Noah Dobson, there was just a lack of stars in the 2018 NHL draft. And Joey, it's a big reason why this draft came in as the weakest outside of the MLS draft. There were stars at the top of the draft, but it never really materialized into Keandre Miller's good for a third-line player. Isaac Lundstrom's a good fourth-line center. But, Nils Lundqvist, he's a number 6 defender on Dallas. This Joe Veleno has been good with the Red Wings, but it's just been 2018 was a very underwhelming draft for the NHL. I don't remember if I had the 2018 NBA or MLB draft at 3. I'll check in a second. Just want to show our audience some of the picks. All right. Let's get to number 3 was the MLB draft. MLB draft came in at 3 for 2018. I entered 2 T's for draft results. Okay, and I only did the first round for 2018. I only did the first round because there were 43 picks, so this will be quicker. The Tigers took Casey Mize at number 1. They did end up getting Tarek Skubal. And what's crazy is Casey Mize did so well at Auburn, he got compared to Sandy Koufax. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And Casey Mize wasn't even the Tigers' best draft pick. They got Skubal in the 9th round of this draft, and he's had the better career. So I just think that's interesting. The Giants took Joey Bard at 2, but they ended up trading to the Pirates. Alec Boehm out of Wichita State. I thought this was a reach at the time, but, I bought his trading card. Alec Boehm's been very good at third base for the Phillies. My friend Dan Palumbo and his scouting staff for the Phillies did their homework, got that pick right. Nick Madrigal went to the White Sox at 4. Madrigal never became the player I thought he could become. The Reds got Jonathan India at 5. India's still on the Reds as second baseman until 2027. Mets took Jared Kelenic at 6. They traded him to the Mariners, and the Mariners traded him to the Braves. And the Braves secured him. Is Ryan Weathers in the MLB? Ryan Weathers is on the Marlins now. He was drafted by the Padres. He's on the Marlins now. I'm not sure what his ERA is. Have you watched any Ryan Weathers? I'll look at him briefly, but, from what I see, 3.35 ERA this year. So Ryan Weathers has actually turned things around on the Marlins after being drafted by the Padres. Carter Stewart wouldn't sign with the Braves. Kyler Murray wouldn't sign with the Athletics. Ended up going to the Cardinals. The Pirates took Swaggerty. That did not work out. He got a batting average of below 300. The Orioles took Grayson Rodriguez at 11, and they actually got he's my 11th best high school pitcher, and he went 11th overall, and the Orioles actually took him, and he panned out. So the Orioles made me look like idiots. Good job, Baltimore. Logan Gilbert went 14th. Logan Gilbert's still healthy. He's a business systems and analytics major. Kluber majored in sport management. I'm not saying Gilbert will be Kluber, but I loved Logan Gilbert coming out of Stetson, and he's one of the Mariners' top 2 starting pitchers. I think the Mariners are going to get to the ALCS. The team I least look forward to playing in the playoffs is the Mariners, and I know the Guardians beat them at home, but I think the AL's interesting right now with Logan Gilbert on the Mariners, with the Orioles, the Yankees, the Guardians. It feels like a 4-team race. You could even throw the Royals into that mix as well, and the Twins, with how competitive the AL Central's gotten. And a lot of my friends, like Jordan Alexander, he's an MLB fan. He thinks the Red Sox are going to jump the Yankees. The Red Sox don't have any pitching. They don't. I mean, they don't have any pitching. Pitching wins championships. Brady Singer, he was a top 5 pick. He fell to the Royals at 18. And an MLB scout compared him to Roger Clemens. I think Kluber was a more realistic comp. Yeah, the MLB scout that compared Brady Singer to Roger Clemens. Singer went up to the MLB right away, but he really didn't develop and blossom until this year. Nolan Gorman, my top high school batter, finally blossomed with the Cardinals. Took him 5 years, but he finally blossomed. Brewers got Bryce Terang at 21. He's now the Brewers' starting second baseman. Nico Horner, I think he's a backup shortstop. Tristan Casas is the Red Sox starting first baseman. He was one of my top high school batters, and the Red Sox got him at 26. Astros got Seth Beer at 28. The Guardians took Noah Naylor at 29. I believe that's Bo Naylor. Am I wrong on that? Is Noah Naylor Bo Naylor? I think Noah Naylor is Bo Naylor because Noah Naylor was a catcher. Yes, Noah Naylor is Bo Naylor. So the Guardians took Bo Naylor, and they hit on that pick. And the Dodgers took JT Ginn. And Cleveland picked at 30 that year because the Cleveland Indians had the best record in 2017. Shane McClanahan started in a few All-Star games for the Rays before his Tommy John surgery. I thought the Royals got really good value with Jackson Kowar and Daniel Lynch, but they didn't. Cleveland drafted Ethan Haskins. Xavier Edwards wasn't even in my rankings for high school baseball. And Griffin Roberts. So that's the 2018 MLB draft. I thought there were some 2018 MLB draft was just as good as Brandon Lane and I advertised. I think it did enough to jump the NHL, but it belongs at number 3. And then the top 2 drafts from 2018 were the NBA and NFL. I don't think there's any debating that. Yeah, you could see Luka Doncic in a Slovenia jersey for our cover photo, but DeAndre Ayton went number 1, got the Suns to an NBA Finals. Bagley went second. He ended up being a bust. Luka Doncic went third to Dallas. He got the Mavericks to the 2024 NBA Finals. Jackson went 4th. Jaren Jackson's the best defender on the Grizzlies, and they hit on that pick, and he's their number 2 scorer, and now you're going to have Jaren Jackson and Zach Edey. That's going to be a fun front court for Memphis. And Trae Young went to Atlanta. So 3 teams hit on their top 5 picks. I still like DeAndre Ayton, even though he underachieved as a number 1 pick. Wendell Carter was drafted by the Bulls. He traded the Magic, became the Magic starting center. Colin Sexton, drafted by the Cavs, went to the Utah Jazz in the Donovan Mitchell trade. Mikal Bridges went to Phoenix. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was drafted by the Clippers, traded to the Thunder, second in MVP voting. Michael Porter Jr. went to Denver, part of the Nuggets championship team. Troy Brown went 15th. There was a lot of star power in the top of this 2018 NBA draft. I mean, outside of the top 5 picks, the players that we thought were going to be stars didn't quite pan out, but Porter was one of the guys that did pan out. And, Trumaine Jenkins and I were talking about this on Joey's YouTube channel back in 2017. We were talking about this draft. Dante DiVincenzo, he goes to the Bucks. He ends up on the Knicks. Lonnie Walker, Kevin Huerter goes to the Hawks, gets traded to the Kings. Kings end up trading him to another team. Grayson Allen is the Jazz. Anthony Simmons ends up going to Portland at 24, and he ends up becoming Portland's starting shooting guard. So that was a pick Portland hit on, as he's been the leading scorer since Damian Lillard left. Robert Williams was a miss for the Celtics. I mean, he looked promising at first, but never really took that leap. And yeah, the 2018 Jalen Brunson was a I guess it's reloading the back end of the first round. I don't know why, but whatever. Jalen Brunson was one of the round 2 picks. But hey, what are your thoughts on the 2018 NBA draft? Because there were stars at the top of that draft. I want to get your quick thoughts on that, and then we'll get to the NFL. If you'd rather just jump into the NFL due to time constraints, we can do that too. Some of the lottery picks underachieved, but it was a good draft, and I think you could soundly argue after the NFL draft in 2018, it's the best draft class of this bunch. Yeah, it's like the NFL draft in 2018, it's A tier, but it's not S tier like 2017. And the NBA draft would be a B grade for me. MLB draft would be B minus, B anywhere between a B minus, C plus, and a C grade. I'll put it on the line that separates B from C. I'd probably put the NHL draft on the line that aligns the C grade with the D grade, and I'd put the MLS right below that. If we're just ranking those drafts by tiers, that's how I'd align things. So there's a pretty big gap between the NFL and the NBA from A to B. There's a gap between the NBA and MLB. And then there's a gap between the MLB and the NHL that's pretty big. And then there's a gap between the NHL. But 2018 NFL draft, we had Baker Mayfield, Saquon Barkley, Sam Darnold, and Denzel Ward go in the top 4. I gave the Browns an F grade for Denzel Ward because, frankly, I thought Minkah Fitzpatrick and Derwin James were going to be better. Denzel Ward became a lot better than I expected, and I just thought there were better value picks on the board. Bradley Chubb, I would have taken over him. Quentin Nelson's another guy I would have taken over him, but the Browns like Bitonio. Allen's a guy I would have taken over him, but they just drafted Baker at 1. Roquan's a guy I would have taken. And yeah, as good as Denzel Ward's been, you can justify Roquan over him. I don't think you can justify any of the other players. Mike McGlinchey went 9th. He's now on the Broncos. At right tackle, Josh Rosen went 10th. That was not pretty. Vita Vea went to the Buccaneers at 12. Daron Payne went to Washington at 13. The Redskins got Daron Payne. And, Daron Payne and Allen ended up in Washington. So, and then they got Marcus Davenport. And the Raiders got Colton Miller. I thought he'd be a right tackle, but he ended up moving to left tackle right out of the gate. And Tremaine Edmonds went to the Bills at 16 before signing his contract with the Bears. And Allen was my number 10 player, and they got him at 16. So the value's really what stood out for Buffalo in this draft, with hitting on Allen and Edmonds. The Bucs hit on Vita. He won a Super Bowl. I loved Minkah Fitzpatrick in Miami. I hate the fact that the Dolphins caved into Minkah. They said, look, Minkah basically refused to play for the Dolphins in 2020. He said he wanted to trade, and he acts like a bitch, and then he gets traded to Pittsburgh, and he turns his career around, and all these Steeler fans are like, Minkah's the best player in the 2018 draft. No, he was a top 5 player that fell to 11, and he didn't want to play for the Dolphins because they weren't in contention, and he demanded a trade to Pittsburgh like a little bitch. When they were in contention, Pittsburgh was willing to give Miami a first rounder for Minkah because Minkah was that good. But the return Miami got, they did get their blind side to Tua, Austin Jackson, so I guess it's not a bad trade. But I just hate the fact that Minkah did that to the Dolphins. And I'm a Patriots fan. I actually have sympathy for the Dolphins because of that shit. But there were a few players, Nelson and Roquan are the only two that you could have argued over Denzel Ward. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the top half of this 2018 draft? Because outside of Josh Allen, a lot of the QBs, Baker's been solid, but he did underachieve after his time with the Browns. He did underachieve that first year back from the shoulder surgery. And then he goes to the Buccaneers and he pulls a 180 after Tom Brady retires. So, but he had Canales as his OC. I want to see what Baker does without Canales. That's really going to define his legacy as a quarterback. Because if Baker can get Tampa Bay back to the playoffs, then yeah, I think you can argue he warranted the number one pick. But if he doesn't, the conversation on Allen and Lamar being better than Baker is just only going to continue moving forward. But what are your thoughts on the top half of this draft? Because I know you already kind of talked about Denzel Ward earlier in the show. Browns got their number one corner and they got a quarterback initially. If you're not going to say anything about this draft because you only want to talk about the Browns players, we'll just go to the back end of round one. Because we still have a ton of drafts to. But Vita Vea won a Super Bowl in Tampa. Vita Vea was a better draft pick than Baker Mayfield. I know you hate that argument, but he's with the team that drafted him. Yeah. He turned Cleveland and Tampa around. I'll give him that, but he did have the down year with the Panthers and Rams. And that's why Vita Vea would go ahead of Baker in a redraft. That's my argument for it. But Vea won a Super Bowl. He's a good interior player at nose tackle. Yep. Baker did have an impact. It just sucks the way things ended because year one and year three, Baker was spectacular. He won Offensive Rookie of the Year, and then he got the Browns the playoffs and beat the Steelers as a wild card. And then years 2 and 4, and I think if Baker had just gotten the offseason shoulder surgery and sat out the rest of the year when the Browns were still in contention, there's many Browns fans who argue Baker would still be on the Browns if his stubbornness hadn't gotten in the way that year in year 4. Yeah, and the Panthers, they had Baker and Darnold and Sam and Dave Tepper's first year as owner. So just yeah, I know I shouldn't remind people that 2 of the top 3 draft picks were on the same team, but I feel like it because this might be my only opportunity to do that. They had Matt Rule. And McCaffrey got out at the right time, and then the Matt Rule fire sale began. But yeah, the Chargers got Derwin James at 17. The Packers got Jair Alexander at 18. Cowboys had Leighton Vander Esch, who had a good rookie year, but never built on that. Lions got Frank Ragnow at 20. I had James Daniels as the number one center, and I did not have a center coming off the board until the third round. That's why I gave the Lions an F for Ragnow. But to be fair, Ragnow's the best center in the NFL right now. So Ragnow is just, he hasn't just made me eat my words. He's also knocked me on my ass in the process. That's how good Ragnow's been. I'm not going to say the same thing about Billy Price, who went a pick later, the Bengals. Rashaan Evans went to the Titans. The Patriots got Isaiah Wynn, made him their day one left tackle. DJ Moore went to Carolina. I had DJ Moore as my 70th best player. I handed out a lot of F grades in round one. I think this was really the last year I lost my shit with some of these picks in round one. And then I got a lot more objective after I met Joey in Jacksonville. Maybe 2019 through 2024 have been a lot more objective, but 2015 through 2019, the grading was subjective at the time. Calvin Ridley went to the Falcons at 26. Then he went to the Jaguars. Now he's on the Titans. I was not a fan of Terrell Edmonds. Terrell Edmonds was my 142nd best player, and he fell to 28. And people keep signing Edmonds. I don't get it. This guy is not that good. People keep giving him chances. He's not as good as his brother, and people keep giving him chances. So Sonny Michel went 31st. I hate the fact that the Patriots took Sonny Michel over Nick Chubb. I had Geis and Nick Chubb ahead of him on my board. I had Geis in my back end of the first round. I had Nick Chubb in the second. Geis ended up falling to the second round because of his attitude, and that ultimately was his undoing. And Nick Chubb was my number 3 running back, but you can definitively argue he's the best running back in this draft. You had Nick Chubb as your number 2 running back. Stop. You had Nick Chubb behind Saquon Barkley at the time of the draft. And then when Nick Chubb got to the Browns, you sort of moved him ahead of Barkley. But it's interesting because Saquon was more durable than Chubb in college. Chubb's been more durable in the pros. It's like their roles reversed. We're going to get to Nick Chubb. We're still in the first round. We're not putting Lamar Jackson on hold just because you're a Browns fan. We're not putting Lamar Jackson on hold. I'm putting a hiatus on it. I'm putting it on hiatus because we want to go in alphabetical order. The Patriots took Sonny Michel and the Ravens took 2-time MVP Lamar Jackson. And I think we should have, if the Patriots had just drafted Lamar and groomed him behind Brady, I think Belichick would still be employed. He liked Lamar Jackson. He just didn't want to draft another quarterback with Brady on the team. And that was Belichick's undoing, because if he had done that and groomed Lamar behind Brady, I think the Patriots would still be a powerhouse today and Belichick would be coaching in his 80s. Yeah. Yep. Round 2, the Browns took Austin Corbett out of Nevada. Giants took Will Hernandez, my number 2 guard. Hernandez is still a solid starter, but my top 3 guards for this draft were Nelson Hernandez and Wyatt Teller. Hernandez has not been as good as Wyatt Teller. Teller's exceeded my expectations, but we'll get to Teller later in the draft. We're finally on Nick Chubb at 35. And I think we should have drafted Nick Chubb at 31. Nick Chubb checked every box off for me despite the injuries his sophomore and junior years. Nick Chubb's been the best running back in this draft. He's the number 2 running back on Madden 25 behind McCaffrey. He's also the number 1 jersey seller for the Cleveland Browns. And as much as I like the running backs in 2025, I think Ole Gordon has the close best chance of reaching Nick Chubb's ceiling, but he's already got a DUI. And frankly, he's good in everything, but he's not consistent in anything. And I don't think the Browns are going to get rid of Chubb. I think if they move on from Owusu Koromora, Chubb, or Cooper, the odd man out's Amari Cooper. That's the conclusion I came to, Joey. As much as I'd like to keep all three, I don't think the Browns are going to keep all three. I think they're going to move on from one of them, and if I had to take an educated guess, they're going to move on from either Cooper or Chubb. And I think it's more likely they move on from Cooper because he's in his 30s now. Even though he's still very good, Cooper also wants $22 million, and the Browns want to give him like $18 to $20 million. Cooper wants $22 million over 2 years. He wants 22, and he's not budging on that. That's the thing. He wants 22 over 2 years. I feel like the Browns are going to franchise tag Cooper if they can't get a deal done with him. And they'll probably extend Nick Chubb on a team-friendly deal. They might franchise tag Koromoa, but they're going to franchise tag one of those three. One of those three is not walking out of the building. And if I had to guess, and as much as I like the running backs in this draft, I have 3 in the first round. I don't think any are as good as Nick Chubb. I don't. Because I think I had a 98 or a 97 on Nick Chubb out of 99. Top running back in this draft, Ole Gordon, is a 96 in the new NCAA game. He's not as good as Nick Chubb, plus he has a DUI. So I don't think the Browns are going to draft a running back at 21. So that really leaves receiver. And there's not a linebacker worthy of a first-round grade that's going to be on the board at that pick. So that left Torrey Horton, the only first-round receiver on my board, as the de facto pick for the Browns at 21. I considered a guard. I love this guard draft, but the Browns have Zinner. They're not going to draft another guard in the first round. As much as I'd like that, I don't think the Browns are going to draft another guard in the first round. I think receiver's the most logical route. That's what I'm saying. Batonio's going to retire a Brown. Batonio and Teller both have expiring deals in 2025 and 2026, respectively. Batonio's going to retire a Brown. We don't know what's going to happen with Teller yet. The Browns drafted Zinner to groom behind both guards. They could get another guard. It's a good left guard draft. I just don't know if they will. But Nick Chubb was a great pickup. I can't believe I gave that an A-. I gave the Colts an F for Darius Leonard. Leonard was good early in his career, but he peaked after that. And then Braden Smith went 37th. But the Colts hit on their first 3 picks under Chris Ballard. They got Nelson, they got Leonard, and they got Braden Smith as their right tackle. I mean, they got him with the Texans pick. The Texans gave this pick away because the Texans gave this pick away because they wanted someone to take on Osweiler's contract, so they could start Watson. Because the Texans had a feeling that Watson was going to be better than Osweiler, but in hindsight, Watson got injured his rookie year. They probably should have kept that contract, and then you'd have Watson and Nick Chubb, and dynamic in Houston would be very different. By not trading Osweiler, you have him as your backup to Deshaun Watson. And And the Texans probably beat the Chiefs with up 21-0 with Nick Chubb, Hopkins, and Deshaun Watson. I think the Texans beat the Chiefs, and it sets up a Titans-Texans AFC title in Houston. And I think the 49ers probably beat the Texans in that Super Bowl, but it alters things as we know it. Because if the Texans had kept that pick and kept Osweiler's contract, I know the Texans didn't want to pay Osweiler. I get it. Texans didn't want to pay Osweiler after he took them to the playoffs. But if you just kept that contract, you would have still had the 35th pick. You could have drafted Nick Chubb, and it alters things. So I'm going to say on that. I don't think if you add Nick Chubb and you get to the Super Bowl with Deshaun Watson, I don't think the legal issues ever occur. They never occur, and that trio stays together. Hopkins never gets traded because if the Texans reach the Super Bowl, O'Brien's keeping that nucleus, and the Texans are a powerhouse instead of the Chiefs, and they're the de facto rival. But this also means Stroud's a Colt. Because here's the thing, Joey. I want to continue this Texan rant briefly. Can I continue the Texan rant briefly? Because if Deshaun Watson never leaves the Texans, if Watson never leaves the Texans, that means C.J. Stroud becomes a Colt and Anthony Richardson's a Titan. And the AFC South is now legitimately the number 2 division behind the North. Yeah, it is. And they're the de facto rival to the Chiefs instead of the Bills. I'm sorry, Bills Mafia, but if Nick Chubb's a Texan and Hopkins never gets traded and Watson's legal issues never occur, the Houston Texans probably get to Super Bowl 54 instead of the Chiefs. And I still think Mahomes wins 2 rings in 57 and 58, but the Texans are the main de facto team to the Kansas City Chiefs now. They're the de facto team, the de facto rival, and Jimmy Garoppolo has a Super Bowl ring as a starter. It's a pretty fucked up parallel universe. And Stroud's a Colt. Anthony Richardson's a Titan. Will Levis probably gets drafted by the Raiders. I don't like this alternate universe, but that's the reality. I'm going to get back to round 2. The Bears took Iowa center James Daniels. They moved him to right guard. The Broncos took Cortland Sutton, the SMU receiver, at 40. He's still the Broncos' number 1 guy. I gave him a C+ at the time because I didn't like Sutton's route running, but he improved on that once he got to the league. Harold Landry went to the Titans at 41. The Dolphins took Gesicki at 42, but he declined after a strong early start. Kieran Johnson, Dante Pettis, Josh Jackson, Breeland Speaks, all reaches. The Cardinals got Kirk at 47. Owosu actually's done decent enough to be a starter, high-end starter, but he's nothing more than that. Dallas Goedert, still a starting tight end with the Eagles. He went 48th. The Cowboys got Connor Williams at 50. Started the Texas left tackle at left guard, and then he moved to center with the Dolphins. Anthony Miller ends up going to the Bears. Jesse Bates ends up going to the Bengals at 54. They hit on that pick. Dante Jackson ends up going to the Panthers. They hit on that pick and get their number 1 corner. Isaiah Oliver was a good number 2 corner before injuries occurred, and then he became a backup Darius Geis went 59th. James Washington went 60th. DJ Chark went 61st. Good rookie year. Really didn't do much after that. Brian O'Neill went to the Vikings at 62. He's been a right tackle since his rookie year. He's been a steady right tackle. Carlton Davis was a guy that I think is a pure number one corner. And he was in Tampa. Now he's number one corner on the Lions. And the Colts took Tyquan Lewis. So that's round 2. So there were a lot of good value picks in round 2 of this draft. But this felt like more of a top-heavy draft than a deep draft. 2017 felt like a deep draft. This felt like a top-heavy draft. I like BJ Hill. He's been okay. He hasn't been great. I had Fred Warner in 250 on my board, called him a warm body. He's been a Pro Bowl linebacker. He's made me look stupid. It's funny. A lot of the players, Thomas Coburn told me that he's a first-round player, and I just didn't like the tape. He was missing a lot of tackles. I was overthinking things in 2018. I'll be the first to admit. Derek Nottie, Chiefs got him in 75. The Steelers got Mason Rudolph a pick later. Bengals got Sam Hubbard at 77, who'd become the left end next to Hendrickson. Malik Jefferson, I love the Malik Jefferson pick. He didn't quite pan out the way I thought he would. Gallup went to the Cowboys. Tracy Walker went to the Lions at 82. I gave that an F grade at the time, but Tracy Walker ended up being a very good safety for a few years. Very good, strong safety for a few years. But the Lions, they had him under contract. They had Ifeatu Melifonwu under contract, Kirby Joseph on rookie deals, so they let Walker walk. Orlando Brown went to the Ravens at 83. Right tackle there. Showed he could play left tackle in relief of Ronnie Stanley. Goes to the Chiefs at left tackle. He's now the Bengals blind side for Joe Burrow. Mark Andrews went 86th overall. The Ravens had a really good 2018 draft, and the same could be said. The Ravens got really good value in 2018 after reaching for Hayden Hurst. The Rams got Noteboom at 89, who began as a left tackle. Okorafor went to the Steelers at 92. Alex Kappa went to the Buccaneers, played at Humboldt State. Now he's the Bengals right guard. Ronnie Harrison started his career with the Jaguars and Browns. I believe he's a backup safety on the Colts. Harrison Phillips. Round 3 had some talent. Now, the star power that you saw in the first 2 rounds wasn't there, but there were some good players in round 3, Joey. Let's not act like there wasn't good players in round 3. There were some good players on the board in round 3. Josie Jewell's probably the biggest gem in round 4, starting linebacker. Yeah, because Harrison Phillips fell to the Bills. Hubbard, Sam Hubbard. I was not high on Hubbard, but he proved me wrong. Derek Nottie, starting defensive tackle. The Chiefs, Jerome Baker, Nate Shepard, both third-round picks for Miami. And the Jets, Fred Warner. Just Fred Warner is a star now. I didn't like the pick at the time, but, he's been good, just as good. He's exceeded expectations. Hubbard's been good enough to warrant Gallup, Tracy Walker. So looking back on it, Orlando Brown, Justin Jones, Mark Andrews, just a really good star-studded third round. And that's why the NFL draft comes in at number 1 again. But yeah, Joey's pretty much in agreement with me on the 2015 NHL draft being the number 1 draft class for that year. As much as you like the 2015 NFL draft, you'll admit the 2015 NHL draft had more star power. But that's like the only draft, because that was the Connor McDavid draft. That's definitively better than the NFL draft. That's definitively better. Because None of the 2015 first round picks are still in the teams that drafted them. There's only 2 players still on the teams that drafted them. Yeah. Durham Smythe, Vontae Maddox went to the Eagles in round 4, became their nickel corner. Josh Sweat went to the Eagles at 130. That was a steal in round 4. He's become a star edge rusher for the Eagles. Not a superstar, but a high-end starter, borderline star. I mean, Josh Sweat was a very good value pick. And Dalton Schultz went to the Cowboys at the end of round 4. He's now the Texans starting tight end. So, did I forget to I think I forgot to list a write-up for round 5. I'm not even sure if you know what? Let's look at that briefly and see if we can proofread correct that. But yeah, 2018 NFL draft. I do not know who came in at number 1, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Yeah, Maurice Hurst. I forgot to post a type. Maurice Hurst was a player round 2 grade on. Find out who got him in the 5th round. I believe it was Orange Raiders that drafted him. I believe, yeah, it was Orange Raiders. Or the Raiders took Maurice Hurst in the 5th round. That was probably one of the bigger steals of the draft. DJ Reed is now the Jets' number 2 corner. I thought he was nothing more than a depth corner, but he's the number 2 corner next to Sauce Garner. So I still think Hurst is the best value pick in round 5, despite the heart condition he had. But yeah, Hurst and Reed are both really good value picks in round 5. Justin Watson was a good value pick too. Tampa Bay underutilized Justin Watson, who was great at Penn. He's been a situational deep threat on the Chiefs. Bilal Nichols went 145th. He's been decent with the Bears and Raiders. Not great, but he's been decent. And then the rest of round 5 is very underwhelming. Tyler Conklin, I had him as a 3rd rounder. He ended up becoming the Jets starting tight end, so I guess he's okay. Ogbonina Okoronkwo went to the Rams at 160. He's now the left end next to the Browns. I think you could make the argument that this might be the best. Wyatt Teller went to the Bills at 166. I think Daniel Carlson went to the Vikings at 167. Looking back on it, I think you could definitively make the argument, Joey, that this is the best 5th round of all the drafts we covered. It's just... And Marcus Valdes-Scantling went to the Packers at 174. He was a serviceable player on the Chiefs, but nothing more than that. I gave him an F grade, but he ended up being a serviceable deep threat. But he's expendable now. Yeah. He was my 3rd best guard entering this draft. He's done enough to move ahead of Will Hernandez. I still like Quentin Nelson more after careful deliberation. And this is where Joey and I are going to disagree and butt heads, and that's fine because Teller's grown so much during his time with the Browns that I think at that point the fandom begins to tip the scales a little. I'm not going to say sway judgment because we each have our own opinions, but I do think you can make an argument for Teller as guard 1B. The Bills were the team that drafted Teller. The Bills drafted Teller. The Browns didn't draft Teller. The Bills drafted him. I don't believe so, but I'll look it up. I'm looking it up right now. He went to the Bills, and then he went to the Browns. He was cut by the Bills after his rookie year, and he went straight to the Browns. And Teller was not cut by the Bills. Teller was not cut by the Bills. He was traded to the Bills, the Browns, along with a 2021 7th round pick for a 5th and 6th round pick. So No. But yeah, this was one of the better round fives. Yeah, they had Richie Incognito at the time. They figured Incognito would remain that guy. That was not good hindsight by the Bills, Brandon Beane at the time, but it was Brandon Beane's first year at GM. That was poor foresight by Beane on his part. But hey, it's his first year as a drafter. He just cared about getting the first round picks right with Allen and Edmonds, and he got the quarterback position right. So I don't think Bills fans are going to complain, even though I think Bills drafted Levi Wallace in the second round of this draft, but to pair with White. So this wasn't a bad draft for Brandon Beane, but a better fifth round than advertised. Looking at round 6 now, Foley Fatukasi, the UConn defensive end, ended up becoming a starting defensive tackle. Fatukasi, I believe, is a great value pick in round 6. Ray McLeod's a good special teams player. Bills drafted him. He's been around the league. Deshaun Elliott's been sort of a journeyman. I had a first round grade on Elliott. He was my top ranked safety, not named Derwin James. Elliott's been around the block. There's a few guys who've been around the block in round 6, but nothing like Russell Gage went to the Falcons in round 6. Luke Falk went to the Titans at 199. The biggest steal of this draft, probably in round 6, is Foyesade Olakun. Started as a strong safety out of Yale. He's now the Jaguars' leading tackler the last 2 years. So I think we are in agreement that's the biggest steal in round 6. Equanimeous St. Brown and Cedric Wilson, good journeymen as wide receivers, but Braxton Berrios, another player too. He was drafted by the Patriots, cut by New England, picked up by the Jets, and the Dolphins picked him up as their slot receiver. So Braxton Berrios. So there's 3 receivers that are decent. Bradley Bozeman's made a nice career as a starting center with Baltimore, Carolina, now the Chargers. So but the standout has to be Foyesade Olakun. Yale strong safety, converts to linebacker, succeeds in Atlanta, and he's led the Jaguars in tackles the last 2 years. So Olakun's got to be the big steal for round 6. Because that's the one player you can argue is a star. You can't really argue that about Braxton Berrios or any of the receivers, even though they've done well. Equanimeous St. Brown, even though they've done well at times, they went where they were supposed to. You want to say anything about Olakun before we get to round 7? Some round 7 steals were Jason Sanders, the Miami Dolphins kicker, Jordan Mailata, South Sydney rugby player, ended up becoming the Eagles' starting left tackle. That pick ends up paying off in a massive way. He ends up beating out another player that we're going to mention when we get to the Eagles 2019 draft in a little bit. Richie James was drafted by the Niners in round 7. Will Clapp ended up on the Saints. Yeah, I mean, Malata's a great player. Zaire Franklin fell to round 7. That was a great pick for the Colts. Logan Woodside fell to round 7. Justin Jackson. I gave the Bengals an Officer McGruff grade for taking Rod Taylor in the 7th round. And I posted a photo of Officer McGruff right next to the Bengals pick. It's like a banner ad. I don't know why I did that in 2018. But yeah, you had Trey Quinn, Auden Tate, and Austin Proehl at the end of this draft. Trey Quinn was Mr. Relevant. All right, on to 2019. Halfway done with this. I don't even know how much longer 2019 MLS 2019 MLS draft. I went to the 2019 MLS draft in Chicago. Believe me, it was not as I had fun interviewing the players, but outside of Frankie Amaya and Siad Haji, who went 1 and 2, it's been an underwhelming draft. Santiago Patino was a soccer player that Orrin and I interviewed. He went 3rd overall in the draft. And I basically I basically gave Patino a thumbs up after he was drafted. He smiled. He's like, "Cool, that's awesome, man." And then he proceeded to get interviewed by some teams. I didn't need to interview him in person because I already had him on my podcast, and that's the highest player to ever get drafted on the podcast, Joey. Santiago Patino. He was the 3rd pick in the 2019 MLS draft. So if you look past the Senior Bowl interviews, that's the highest player we've interviewed to ever get drafted. Patino at 3. Fun fact about the 2019 MLS draft. Henri Shinyashinki had 28 goals as a senior. He fell to Colorado at 5, got traded to Charlotte FC, but he's been an impact player. Dane St. Clair, the goalie I told you about, Joey, the Maryland goalie that I interviewed, he praised his teammates. I mean, he's had a good year with Minnesota. Minnesota's in the thick of the playoff race. I'm kind of interested to see, because Andre Blake was a good goalie, but he really didn't become a star until his 5th year after being drafted in 2019. And, right now, Minnesota's 9th. They fell all the way from 1st to 9th in the West. Tajon Buchanan was great with New England as a right winger, but he went overseas. John Nelson's on St. Louis FC as a left back. DeJuan Jones, he actually did well with the Revolution. I did not think highly of him initially, but he did well as a left winger. 2019 had some players who were good for a few years, but not really that big-time star. Logan Gouda, Akeem Ward, Chase Gasper, J.J. Williams. I had him number 1 on my board. I told Columbus, this is the guy you should draft, and Caleb Porter was kind enough to take a photo with me leading up to that draft in Chicago. I had my microphone turned off. And Sergio Rivas, Kamal Miller, Syracuse center back that I had a first-round grade on, went to Orlando in round 2. There were some decent players. Kamal Miller's probably the biggest steal in round 2, but very underwhelming 2019 draft with the only 2 starters being the top 2 picks. This was and they're not even on the teams that drafted them. So the 2019 MLS draft comes in at 5. What comes in at number 4? At number 4, we have the 2019 NBA draft. This is going to be fun because we rank the NHL at 3 and the MLB at 2 and the NFL at 1. But yeah, this was a Zion Williamson draft. So this came at number 4. You have Zion go number 1 to New Orleans. You had the Memphis Grizzlies take Ja Morant. RJ Barrett, your number 1 player, Joey, went to the Knicks at 3. The Hawks took DeAndre Hunter, the Virginia small forward, who's still a starting small forward on Atlanta when healthy, at number 4 with the Mavericks pick from the Luka Doncic trade. And the Cavs took Darius Garland at 5. And what's interesting is outside of RJ Barrett, Joey's number 1 player, all of these guys are still on the teams that drafted them. But I can also see why Joey's disappointed with this top 5, because you expected more from this group and it just hasn't delivered yet. I mean, you expected more from Zion. You expected more from Morant. You expected more from RJ Barrett, even though he got traded from the Knicks to the Raptors. You expected more from the number 4 pick, DeAndre Hunter, who only played 30 games. Effective, can get you 14 to 20 points a game, but only played 30 games due to injuries. And you expected more from Garland. And for a top 5, this is kind of a disappointing. I mean, everybody in the top 5 hit on their picks, but after that, it just feels like Rui Hachimura gets drafted, and the rest of this draft just didn't pan out. Tyler Heroes started as a 6th man, became a starting guard, but, 2019 was not a good NBA draft outside of the top 5. The Spurs got Keldon Johnson at 29, and he can average 20 points a game. The Spurs hit on this pick. Spurs actually hit on this first round pick. I will give them credit. But, 2019, it was kind of an underwhelming draft. That's why it came in at number 4. And Joey can't really blame me. And, even though everybody in the top 5 has panned out, Zion, Morant, RJ Barrett, DeAndre Hunter, and Darius Garland, even though everyone in the top 5 is hit, it's been an underwhelming draft, to say the least. Taylor Horton Tucker had some success with the Lakers as a rookie, but nothing more than a bench player in the NBA, and just a very underwhelming second round. There was no impact players in the second round of this draft. So this draft came in at number 4. Number 3 was the 2019 NHL draft. This was the last draft that it was only one round. Jack Hughes went number 1. He's been an effective first, second line player. He's lived up to the hype. Capo Caco, he was drafted second overall. He's a third line left winger. Kirby Dach was drafted third overall. He was traded from Chicago to Montreal. He's the Montreal Canadiens, currently their fourth line center. Bowen Byram was drafted fourth overall. He was traded from Colorado to Buffalo in the Casey Middlestat trade. Alex Turcotte went 5th. The Kings finally traded him. Moritz Seider was the best. I gave the Red Wings a B- for taking the 13th best player at 6 on my board. But, Moritz Seider did win Rookie of the Year, and he has panned out. But Jack Hughes and Moritz Seider are the two signature players from this draft. Dylan Cousins, Buffalo Sabres actually hit on this first-round pick, believe it or not. Philip Broberg went 8th to the Oilers. He didn't get called up until the NHL, until the playoffs this year, but Broberg had a big impact with the Oilers. So they were patient with him, and it paid off. Gave him 5-6 years to develop, and it paid off. So you really can't complain about that if you're an Oilers fan. The Anaheim Ducks took Zegras at 9. I had Zegras going a little higher, but I thought this was the perfect spot for him. He's a second-line center. Vasily Podkolzin's projected to be the first-line right winger on the Canucks this year. He took a while, but he finally reached his potential. Matthew Boldy's the second-line left winger behind Kaprizov, who's drafted 12th. Spencer Knight was drafted 13th. He was the top goalie in this draft. The Florida Panthers took him. He'll be learning. He was in the AHL last year. He'll be learning under Bobrovsky as the backup. And, the thing is, when Bobrovsky retires, Spencer Knight might be able to pick up where he left off. We'll see. Cam York's on the Flyers now in the NHL. He's a defenseman. And Cole Caulfield's the first-line right winger. So, the top 15 is pretty good. My issue with the 2019 NHL draft is every draft pick outside of the top 2 in the top 5 is no longer on the team that drafted them. And Capo Caco, while he's been good, he's a third-line right winger, second pick in the draft. Outside of Jack Hughes, everyone in the top 5 has been a bust. But, there have been some impact players like Moritz Seider, Cole Caulfield, Zegras. So I can't really give... Alex Newhook went 16th to Colorado. He gets traded to Montreal. He's now the second-line center. Peyton Krebs, drafted by Vegas, traded to Buffalo in the Jack Eichel trade at 17. Thomas Harley was a great offensive defenseman, but very raw defensively. Peter DeBoer is able to mold him. Despite only being 5'11", 165, he adds more muscle. He gets up to 180, 190, and he becomes a first-line defenseman. And the Dallas Stars, they end up getting a project, but they end up hitting on their draft pick under Jim Nill. And that's the thing. Even though Dellandrea, I gave the Stars a D- grade, he spent 2 years on the Stars when they made the Western Conference Finals. Samuel Poulin, the Penguins took him at 21. That didn't quite pan out. He's still in the AHL. But, outside of Harley at 19, a lot of these players didn't pan out. So that's a big reason why the NHL draft came in at 3. And Joey's not really going to argue with me on that. You can argue NBA over NHL, but both 2019 NBA and 2019 NHL draft were disappointing draft classes as a whole. There's really nothing else to say about that, which is why the MLB draft came in at number 2, because both Adley Rushman, Bobby Witt Jr. are big-time stars. And the Royals already extended Bobby Witt Jr. The Orioles have Adley Rushman until 2028, but they haven't extended him yet. And they drafted another catcher in the second round. Andrew Vaughn goes to the White Sox at 3. So the top 3 picks are all in the majors, all in the teams that drafted them. JJ Bleday went to the I think he went to the White. I think Marlins took him at 4 and traded him. Riley Green's on the Tigers now. So basically everyone in the top 5 is on an MLB team. CJ Abrams went 6th overall. I think he's on the Marlins. I'm not sure. I'll double check that. CJ Abrams. CJ Abrams is on the Nationals. He was part of the Juan Soto trade. So Abrams, so everybody in the top 6 is in the MLB. Nick Lodolo went 7th. He's in the MLB. Josh Jung went 8th. He won a World Series with the Rangers. So everybody in the top 8. Shea Langeliers went to the Braves. Atlanta traded him to Oakland in the trade that sent Oakland's catcher to the Braves, Sean Murphy. And the Giants took Hunter Bishop at 10 and reached for him. But everyone in the top 8 of the MLB draft is in the majors now. Alek Manoah went 11th. I thought it was a reach at the time, but he got good. He was good enough to make the All-Star team as a starting pitcher, but injuries have plagued him the last 2 years. Corbin Carroll went 16th. I gave the Diamondbacks a B grade, but Carroll became the Diamondbacks' leadoff batter as a high school bat, and he took them to the World Series. So that was a steal. That was a successful draft pick. So 9 of the top 16 picks panned out. 10 of the top 20 picks panned out. George Kirby, Elon pitcher, went to the Mariners. He's their number 1 starter. Espino, still developing in the minors. Apparently, I found an Espino pitch, a Espino film session. It got taken down on my YouTube channel. But, looking at this draft, Anthony Volpe went to the Yankees at 30. He's now their starting shortstop. Michael Busch is now on the Dodgers in the MLB. Looking at the 2019 MLB draft, 12 of the top 31 are in the majors. That's pretty damn good. I'm trying to see if that's why the MLB draft came in at number 2, because everybody in the top 8 panned out is in the majors now, and you can't really say that about the NHL draft or the NBA draft. You can't really say that the top 8 picks panned out. That's why the MLB came in at number 2 on this list, Joey. I still don't think it did enough to move ahead of the NFL. All right. That and 2015 are the 2 best classes in the last 10 years. There's no denying that. Yeah, this is just 2019 NFL draft. My top 3 players were Nick Bosa, Quinn Williams, and Josh Allen. All 3 of those players panned out. Kyler Murray I had at 51 on my board. He's done well enough to keep his job, but he hasn't taken the leap that many expected him to take after Quinn Williams went 2nd or 3rd. Clelin Ferrell went 4th. I had Allen graded ahead of Ferrell. Ferrell did not pan out with the Raiders. What? Well, he's already at training camp. So it's coming in early. Daniel. And everybody's raving about Marvin Harrison. Trey McBride is raving about Marvin Harrison. Everybody's raving about Marvin Harrison. Paris Johnson. there's even a rumor that for every touchdown Marvin Harrison catches from Kyler Murray, Marvin's going to buy Kyler a video game of his choice after the season, provided he doesn't play the video games during training camp. That's how much chemistry Marvin Harrison Jr. That's how big of an impact Marvin Harrison Jr. is having on the Cardinals. Everybody won't shut up about him. And he's even offering Kyler Murray games, even though Kyler's got the money for the games. Yeah, I ended up taking ETN over Harrison because everyone in my division got a running back. So my fantasy team so far is Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Travis Etienne. Because Riley got Jonathan Taylor, Jason Bandel got Saquon Barkley, Heath, last year's league champion, got Breece Hall, and Selvin got Jahmyr Gibbs. So everyone in my division had a running back except me, so I took ETN because Bandel basically wanted ETN. He's willing to trade up for him, but I just couldn't give Bandel 2 of the top 7 running backs. I had to take ETN. And Marvin Harrison Jr. went at pick 30 in our league draft. I was going to take Marvin Harrison Jr., but I decided to go with ETN because everyone in my division had a running back. And I wasn't going to give Jason the satisfaction of drafting 2 of the top 7 running backs. You don't give your division rival that satisfaction. You want to create competition, you have to draft the best running back. And that's the... You can't fault me for doing that, Joey, because most had him as a top 10 running back, and that's the thing. Nick Chubb's still on the board. Nick Chubb is 126 on Fantasy Pros. I know Nick Chubb's going to be there at 40 or 41. I can get Nick Chubb at 41 in round 5. I could wait until round 7. That's risky. My recommendation on that, take Nick Chubb with your next pick. I've got 40 and 41. I think I can get Nick Chubb at 60. I probably should take Nick Chubb at 40 or 41, but I think I can get him at 60 or 61 because he's 126 on Fantasy Pros, and he should not be that. It depends on who's available. It depends on who's available. Nobody's drafted a tight end yet, so I could get Chubb and Kelsey and hold off drafting a receiver. When I won the league title, I didn't pick a receiver until round 8. I took Judy, but I ended up getting Josh Jacobs is still on the board. Joe Mixon's still on the board. Rachaad White. There's some other running backs still on the board. I'd love to get Nick Chubb at 60. I don't know if he's going to make it that far. But, yeah, Jaden Daniels went 31st. So Heath, the defending champion, took 2 rookies. He took Harrison Jr. at 30 and Jaden Daniels at 31. And Tua ended up going 32nd. So Heath, who let Jalen Hurts walk, decides to reload with 2 rookies. I was considering Harrison Jr. It was down to ETN or Harrison Jr., but I just couldn't give Jason the satisfaction of getting 2 of the top 7 running backs. If our division's going to be competition, I got to get one of them. And I think my plan is to have Nick Chubb as running back too, but he might not be ready until week 5. He might be ready in week 1. But yeah, back to the draft. The Giants took Daniel Jones at 6. Josh Allen went to the Jaguars at 7. TJ Hawkinson went to the Lions at 8, and then he became the Vikings starting tight end. Ed Oliver went to the Bills at 9. Devin Bush went to the Steelers at 10. This is a lone situation where the Steelers, they traded 2052 at 2023 to move up for Devin Bush, and that ended up being a disaster for them. And Jonah Williams ended up being the Bengals pick at 11, he became the Bengals starting left tackle. He's now the Cardinals right tackle. Christian Wilkins went to the Dolphins at 13. Chris Lidstrom went to the Falcons at 14. Lidstrom went to the Falcons at 14, a lot earlier than I thought. I did have Lidstrom in the late first round, but him going as high as he did was one of the surprises of this draft when you really think about it. I'm going to try to get through the entirety of this. Lindstrom, yeah, I'm not going to edit this due to time constraints. I'm just going to go to the back end of round 1 because it's already 4. Dwayne Haskins went 15th and Brian Burns went 16th. This was a really stacked defensive line draft class. So it was when this was the draft I went to Joey with in Jacksonville. So yeah, due to time constraints, I'm not going to bother editing that right now. Dexter Lawrence went to the Giants. They extended him. Garrett Bradbury went to the Vikings at 18. He's still a Viking. Jeffrey Simmons went to the Titans. He got extended. Noah Fant went to Denver. He was moved to Seattle in the Russell Wilson trade. Andre Dillard drafted by the Eagles, but Mailata beats him out for the left tackle job. Texans draft Titus Howard, hoping he could be a left tackle. Ends up moving to right tackle. Josh Jacobs goes to the Raiders. Jacobs is projected higher than both Joe Mixon and Josh Jacobs are ranked ahead of Nick Chubb due to his injury. Nick Chubb's injury is the only reason he's ranked at 126, but there's not 125 players in fantasy better than Nick Chubb. Joey will argue there's only 25 players. Montez Sweat went to Washington at 26. Abram went to 27 to the Raiders. Tillery, the Raiders took Josh Jacobs with the pick they got for Amari Cooper, and they got Abram with the pick they got for Khalil Mack. Just massive screw up by the Raiders. LJ Collier, I gave the Seahawks an F grade for Collier. I posted a DeAndre Baker film cut from Georgia, and apparently the video contains content. Apparently, I don't know why my DeAndre Baker YouTube video got blocked by the NFL, but whatever. Caleb McGarry went to Atlanta at 31, and the Patriots took in N'Keal Harry at 32. N'Keal Harry was my top receiver in this draft, but he ended up being a massive disaster. Not going to get into that can of worms here. Round 2, we saw a bunch of good receivers. Byron Murphy kicked off round 2. He was number 8 on my board. And then we saw Jawan Taylor go to Jacksonville. Then he was a Chiefs right tackle. Deebo Samuel went 36th overall. 49ers hitting on Bosa and Deebo is a big reason why they were able to get to a Super Bowl so quickly. Multiple Super Bowls now. They just ran into the Chiefs each time. Sean Bunting, I gave the Bucs a D grade. I liked him as a number 2 corner, but not as a number 1. Dalton Risner, Broncos took him. They took Drew Lock. Risner's still a free agent, I believe. Elgin Jenkins went to the Packers at 44. He became their starting left guard. We both liked Elgin Jenkins. Browns got Greedy Williams at 46. I thought he was going to be the number 2 corner for the Browns. We'll talk about the Browns cornerback room a little bit later. Eric McCoy went to the Saints. I had a first-round grade on Eric McCoy. A.J. Brown went to the Titans. Then he gets traded to the Eagles. Miles Sanders plays through his rookie deal with the Eagles. He goes to Carolina. McCole Hardman caught the game-winning catch in the Super Bowl after being traded. Nasir Adderley retired after his rookie deal. Andy Isabella went to the Cardinals. Juan Thornhill was a player that I really liked. I gave the Chiefs an A grade for Thornhill. He played strong safety and free safety in college. DK Metcalf went to Seattle at 64, but 2019 was a good second round, a really good second round as far as talent goes. A lot of guys exceeded expectations. Zach Allen, you had go to the Cardinals. Deontay Johnson went to the Steelers. So 65 and 66 were good value picks where they got both players. Braymont Jones went to the Broncos at 71. He's been a good defensive lineman for both Seattle and Denver. He was part of the Russell Wilson trade. Jermaine Pratt went to the Bengals at 72. They hit on that pick. David Montgomery went to the Bears at 73. He's on Detroit now. Devin Singletary went to the Bills at 74. Singletary was my top running back in this round. Redskins took Terry McLaurin. I gave McLaurin a D grade. He's exceeded that expectation. Nagy has made a lot of tweets about McLaurin, and they're warranted. I did not get my first Senior Bowl was in 2020. The Browns took Sione Takitaki at 80. That pick actually worked out for the Browns. Colin Saunders went to the Chiefs in the third round. Okay. Damian Harris was okay for a few years. Bobby Okereke went to the Colts at 89. Connor McGovern went to the Cowboys. Trey Pipkins went to the Chargers. I did not like that pick. I know he was the starting right tackle, but now that with Joe Alt, Jamel Dean went to the Buccaneers at 94. He ended up taking the number one cornerback job from Carlton Davis, who was his teammate at Auburn. So I'll give them credit. I'll give him credit for that. Dawson Knox ended up becoming the Bills' starting tight end. He is facing some pressure from Dalton Nett, but Mike Edwards went to Tampa at 99. So there wasn't as much star power in round 3 compared to round 2, but there were still some quality players in the third round that were selected. Round 4, I remember this was the day in Jacksonville. And as soon as the Raiders drafted Max Crosby, I had no research on Crosby. Orrin was able to improvise and make it work, and Crosby's been better than advertised. That was a steal for a 4th-round pick. Justice Hill was a good 4th-round pick for the Ravens. They also got Ben Powers, I believe, in the 4th round of this draft. Yeah, they did. They got Ben Powers. It stopped listing picks at a certain point in round 4. But yeah, Ben Powers and Max Crosby were the two big names in the 4th round. Even though I screwed up my grammar in the 4th round, it's 4 p.m. If I screwed something up, I'm just going to skip it. Rounds 5 through 7, I really don't think there were any gems, but I'm double checking to see what we missed. For Charles Omenihu went in the 5th round. Jake Bailey, Joe Jackson, not an exciting 5th round. I'll be honest. David Edwards did become a starter in the 5th round, the Rams' 5th round pick. He started with the Rams in their Super Bowl team. And he also ended up starting on the Cole Holcomb also started. Cole Holcomb also became a starter in the 5th round of that draft. So 2 starters. Gardner Minshew ended up going at 178. I'll briefly acknowledge Minshew because he has started. He started with the Jaguars. He took over for an injured Richardson, started there, and he's competing with. He's going to be the backup to Aiden O'Connell, but he will get playing time if O'Connell slips up early. Minshew is the higher Madden rating. Not that that matters, because Minshew's a 72, I believe, and Aiden O'Connell's a 69. The Madden rating doesn't matter if the coaching staff likes O'Connell more, but I do think Minshew has a chance to play this year. I do think Minshew has a chance to play. I think the Raiders are going to have to draft a quarterback in 2025. I don't see either guy taking the Raiders to the playoffs. He's not. I've been telling you this for a few years. I think with you, it's the fandom, the fact that he started in Jacksonville, the fact that you got to see him in person. It's the fandom for you, which is why you're giving him the benefit of the doubt. For me, I'm just looking at the bigger picture. Floor quarterback, not a ceiling quarterback, floor quarterback. Good floor. Yeah. Yeah, it's a dumb stat. That's why I did not like Minshew coming out of college. All right, we're gonna get to 2020. We finally made it out of the halfway portion of this. But yeah, we'll get to the 2020 drafts here. MLS came in at 5, but to be fair, the 2020 MLS Super Draft was a good draft. Um, Miami reached for Robbie Robinson. Nashville took Jack Mayer at number 2. Jack Mayer's still a starting center back with Walker Zimmerman 5 years later. So Nashville hit on this pick as an expansion team. Dylan Nealis went third to Miami. He got traded to New York. He's starting in New York Red Bulls as their left back. Ryan Raposo was a player that I interviewed. Vancouver took him 4th overall, and he's still on the Whitecaps 5 years later. Daryl Dike was my number 1 player in this draft. He had 2 really good years, and then he went overseas. Orlando hit on this pick. So outside of Robbie Robinson, everybody got a good player in the first round. Robbie Robinson, the number 1 pick, was really the only bust. Picks 2 through 5 were all MLS starters. Henry Kessler, still in the New England Revolution, the team that drafted him. Columbus had the first reach of this draft. They took Miguel Berry, but the LA Galaxy did trade for Miguel Berry in the 2024 MLS draft. Garrett McLaughlin went 8th. Alstair Johnson went 11th. He's been a regular starter for Nashville. So Nashville hit on both of their first round picks at 2 and 11. I think Alstair Johnson took a deal overseas. Tanner Beason went to Stanford. He went to the Earthquakes at 12. They hit on that pick. And Elliot Panico, the backup goalie to Joe Wells, has done well as a starter. I spotted him as a sleeper. You know, so looking at the 2020 draft, he's done well. He's done relatively well. I mean, and then the 2020, I'm going to go all the way down to number 13. This is when I started archiving by year. I really didn't post links to the archives by year. But Elliot Panico, Elliot Panico was on my radar as a sleeper in the 2019 and 2018 drafts. And, Burgess went in the first round. Aaron Malloy, Noel Billingsley. I mean, there were a lot of star players in that top 6. And picks 11 and 12 ended up being hits. And Nashville got a backup goalie. So 7 of the top 13 were good picks. The back end of round 1 was awful. I'm going to quickly go over the back half of round 2. But yeah, Nashville, you got to give them credit. They had 3 of the top 13 picks, and they got 2 starters and a backup goalie. With those 3 lottery picks, they did a nice job. For an expansion team, they did a good job. They did better than Cincinnati, in my opinion, who had an awful expansion draft with 3 or 4 first-round picks. But, 2020 was not a good second round. That's the recurring theme with a lot of drafts. But it was a good draft for the top of the draft. The problem is a lot of the other drafts in 2020 were good as well. I ranked the NBA at number 4. The 2020 NBA draft, you had Anthony Edwards go number 1. Wiseman went 2nd. LaMelo Ball is good. He's improved as a scorer each year, but he can't stay healthy. Patrick Williams became a starter despite being a 6th man on the Florida State Seminoles. Cavs took Okoro, bench player. Okongwu, bench player. Killian Hayes, bench player. Obi Toppin, bench player. Denny Avdija went 9th to the Wizards. And he actually became a good starter. But, he gets traded. Denny Avdija, I think he got traded to another team. The Spurs got Devin Vassell. I love Devin Vassell. Spurs got him at 11 and Tyrese Halliburton 12. So there were like 5 or 6 players in the top 12 that were good. And then after that, there were just a bunch of reaches. A bunch of Cole Anthony went 15th. He's been decent with Orlando. But there have been a bunch of there were like 6 impact players in the top 15. And then the back end of round 1 was really disappointing. Tyrese Maxey to Philadelphia at 21, probably the best pick of that group. But in looking at the 2020 NBA draft, it was not a good draft year in 2020. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to try to leave it at that on a positive note. But 2020 was not a good draft year for the NBA. Peyton Pritchard. There were some nice bench players in this draft, in the 2020 draft. Desmond Bane, I think he became a starter. Memphis got him at 30, and he ended up becoming the starting shooting guard on Memphis. So he was the top senior in college basketball. That's why he became a good starter. Desmond Bane was the top senior in the 2020 NBA draft out of TCU, and he became a good starter. So 7 or 8 starters in the entire first round, and really only two-star players in Ball and Edwards, with Edwards being the only superstar of the group. But that's the 2020 NBA draft. Trey Jones, good second-round pick. He did develop into a starting point guard in the second round. The Spurs hit on that pick. But they ended up getting Stephon Castle, and they brought in Chris Paul. So I don't know how much of a window he's going to have, despite doing a nice job his last 2 years as a starter. Okay, 2020, I ended up putting the MLB draft at number 3 and the NHL draft at number 2. In 2020, we saw Spencer Torkelson go number 1. He's the Tigers' starting first baseman, so the Tigers hit on that pick. Heston Kjerstad went second overall to the Orioles. Max Meyer went to the Marlins. Hasn't played due to injuries. Asa Lacy went 4th. Austin Martin, Vanderbilt third baseman, went 5th. Emerson Hancock went 6th. What's disappointing about the 2020 draft is you had 3 pitchers go in the top 6, and none of them have blossomed yet. Nick Gonzalez, New Mexico State second baseman, has blossomed with the Pittsburgh Pirates. He was number 4 on my board. Pirates got him at 7. But outside of Reed Detmers went 10th. Garrett Crochet went 11th. So looking at the top 11, the top 3 players have to be Spencer Torkelson to the Detroit Tigers, college batter on Arizona State, college batter to the Pirates, Nick Gonzalez, second baseman, and Garrett Crochet, Tennessee pitcher. That's the top 3, Joey. When you really look at it, that is the top 3. And Hendrick's still in the minor leagues. The Reds drafted him 12th in 2020. He's still in the minors. West Allegheny right fielder. Mick Abel's in AAA. He could get called up soon. But, Garrett Mitchell's on the Brewers. Garrett Mitchell went 20th. He's on the Brewers. He's been good. I mean, really, there's only been 4 impact players. That's the big reason why this MLB draft ended up getting Carson Tucker ended up going to the Pirates. Yankees got Austin Wells, who's now the Yankees starting catcher. So I don't consider him a star, but he's a decent starter. And, really, 2020 had some good players in it, but it's also been kind of a disappointing class. Carmen Wladzinski, the Pirates pick at 31, became the middle reliever, bullpen guy, probably the top bullpen guy in this draft. Cleveland got Tanner Burns in the back end of round 1. I believe you said Tanner Burns is in the MLB. I'm not sure. He might be in AAA. I'll double check. Tanner Burns is bullpen guy now. So the Pirates and Cleveland both got bullpen guys. And then round 2 of this draft, you had Dylan Dillinger go to the Tigers. I think he's a backup catcher on Detroit. Jared Jones of Lamurda High School ends up becoming the best high school pitcher in this draft, and he's in the majors for the Pirates. Him and Paul Skeens are 1-2 in innings pitched. So the Pirates hit on their second round pick. So the Pirates building that foundation, they're the big winner of this draft with Nick Gonzalez and Josh Jones and Carmen Blodzinski. They hit on all 3 of their picks. And I said this was the draft that would turn the Pirates around back in 2020. It took a few years, but, we're starting to see that foundation in play. And, we'll see what happens. But I couldn't rank the 2020 MLB draft at 2. There's not enough big-time names for this to be in the top 2. So it comes in at 3. Because there's more... Yeah, MLB.com's Jim Callis graded the drafts, and the Guardians came in at 1, and the Pirates came in at 2 for 2024. Jim Callis of MLB.com, he ranked the drafts, and we're on to the number 2 draft of 2020, the NHL draft. Alexis Lafreniere went to the New York Rangers. The Rangers made the playoffs and got the number 1 pick. Quentin Byfield went to the LA Kings at number 2. He's been a top 6 forward. Tim Stützle went 3rd to Ottawa. He's been as good as advertised. He's been the best player in the draft. Lucas Raymond won Rookie of the Year among the 2020 draft group. Jake Sanderson's now a number 1 defenseman in Ottawa. So Ottawa got 2 impact players. The Ducks took Drysdale at 6, but traded him to the Flyers for Cutter Gauthier. Alexander Holtz went 7th to New Jersey. He was a 3rd line, 4th line player on New Jersey. Never really panned out. Vegas traded for him. He'll be, I don't know where he's ranked in Vegas, but we're going to find out right now. No, I don't want to share this tab, but, Alexander Holtz was the 7th pick in the 2020 NHL draft. He gets traded to Vegas. I want to see where Daily Faceoff has Holtz ranked in their line combinations with all the turnover Vegas has had this year. I'm kind of curious. I know Mark Stone, their captain. So Victor Olofsson and Mark Stone are the projected top 6. Olofsson was a 4th line winger on Buffalo, and he's going to play on the 1st line in Vegas? I don't agree with that. I think I would play Stone on the 1st line, Holtz on the 2nd line, and I'd play Olofsson on the 3rd line, but that's not what Vegas plans on doing. They plan on playing Olofsson, a 4th line guy, on the top line. I don't agree with that. I would probably play Stone and Holtz, captain and 7th overall pick in the top 6, and I'd move Olofsson down to the 3rd line. Vegas might have some growing pains until they get that adjusted this year. But Jack Quinn went 8th to Buffalo. I thought this was a reach because Jack Quinn admitted Marco Rossi works harder than him, and the Sabres passed on Quinn for Rossi, but Quinn reached the NHL before Rossi. So both players worked out. Quinn and Rossi both worked out. Cole Perfetti, basically every top 10 pick in this draft made the NHL. This is the only NHL draft outside of 2015 where every top 10 pick is in the NHL. That's a big reason why this draft comes in at number 2. It's not as deep as 2015, but it is the deepest class. Anton Lundell went, Askarov, the top goalie, went to Nashville at 11. Anton Lundell went 12th to the Florida Panthers. Seth Jarvis, 1st line right winger, went 13th to Carolina. Dylan Holloway went 14th to Edmonton. He's considered the breakout player. Rodion Amirov went 15th. He ended up dying due to a tumor. I'm not going to call Amirov a bust, even though I had him in round 2, because Amirov had a tumor and he died like 2 or 3 years ago. So it's not really cool for me to grade him based on that. And it sucks that a player who is drafted so high ended up dying of a tumor, because if he had made the NHL, who knows what he becomes. But yeah, Amirov is really the only player, and Askarov in the top 15 that didn't make the NHL. So 13 of the top 15 are in the NHL. Caden Gould, 16th pick, is in the NHL. Lucas Reichel, 17th pick, is in the NHL. Dawson Mercer's in the NHL. So that's 16 of the top 18. Braden Schneider, 17 of the top 19. Shakir Mukmudallin went 20th to New Jersey, gets traded to San Jose in the Timo Meier trade. So if he makes San Jose's roster, that is 18 of the top 20 picks in the NHL. Igor Chinakhov became the Blue Jackets' second line right winger this past year. Hendrix Lapierre became the Capitals' third line center. He could be a fourth line center on the Capitals next season. So really, Tyson Forrester's the second line right winger on the Flyers. Connor Zary's a third line, second line center on Calgary. Justin Barron's on Montreal's NHL roster. So Jake Neighbors is on the Blues. Jacob Perreault didn't pan out, gets traded to Montreal. Ridley Greig made Ottawa's NHL roster, but is traded. Brennan Brisson is yet to make Vegas's roster. I do think he'll be a fourth line center on Vegas this upcoming season. Maverick Bourque, Dallas Stars got him. He was in their top 15. He's the third line center. And Ozzy Weisblatt got traded. So out of the 31 picks, 25 of those 31 picks have had success in the NHL. 2020 was a really good NHL draft. And I'm seeing if there were any steals in round 2. I'm going to quickly. John Jason Petreka was the Buffalo Sabres first line left winger this past year. They drafted him at 34. So that was a steal. Brock Faber went to the LA Kings in round 2. And he got traded to the Minnesota Wild. And that was a steal. Brock Faber went 44th. He got traded to Minnesota. He was the Rookie of the Year runner-up to Connor Bedard. Tyler Clevin went 44th. He's projected to make Ottawa's NHL roster. A lot of the round 2 picks are wait and see because none of the goalies have reached the NHL yet. I'm kind of curious to see what happens with the goalies. But Mason Lohrei, the Boston Bruins second round pick, made the NHL as a first line player, and he was a round 2 pick. The Bruins didn't have a first round pick that year. So looking at round 2, there's a few gems. There's like 3 or 4 really good players in round 2. I can't hate on this NHL draft. Sabrango was a player I liked. Topi Niemela could make the Maple Leafs this year as a number 6 defenseman. Taman Hunt could make the Minnesota Wild finally. I liked Lucas Cormier, but he hasn't had the same impact he had in the Henderson Silver Knights that he had in junior hockey. And that's been the big thing. Kalle Klang, drafted by Pittsburgh, traded to Anaheim. As much as I liked the 2020 NHL draft, the first round, the NFL draft was just better. It was. I mean, there is no denying that. Carter Savoy, the older brother of Matthew Savoy, goes to the Oilers in round 4. Michael Benning gets drafted by Florida in round 4. Benning's probably close to being ready for the NHL. I would think he's a 2024 round pick. He's got to be ready pretty soon. But yeah, I'm looking at rounds 5, 6, and 7 here, and I'm trying to quickly get through this. I want to get to the 2020 NHL draft. Tyler Tullio, he gets traded to Buffalo in that trade that sent Matthew Savoy to Edmonton. I don't understand why Buffalo did that, but we already ranted about that a few weeks ago. But yeah, there was not a good 4th or 5th round pick yet that's asserted themselves in the NHL yet. And I'm trying to find a player, okay? I'm trying to find a player in round 6. Matt Rempe was drafted in the 6th round by the New York Rangers. Matt Rempe has actually had some success with the Rangers during the Stanley Cup playoffs this year. That was a steal. I gave the Rangers a D grade. That was a steal. Matt Rempe's made me look stupid. So good job to Matt Rempe making the NHL as a 6th round pick. And, just looking at this group here, it's not a great group. I thought this was a deep draft at the time, but, it's like, I mean, Devin Levi, I think, is the only 7th-round pick to make the NHL, and he started as a starting goalie. Now he's a backup goalie. Florida drafted him, but traded him to Buffalo when acquiring Sam Reinhart. But they got a championship, so I think it's a win-win deal for both teams. Sabres get a starting goalie that's a good backup who can start, and the Panthers got a Stanley Cup, so I would say it's a win-win deal for both teams. As much as I like the first round of the 2020 NHL draft, the 2020 NFL draft blew the NHL draft out of the water. So the 2020 NFL draft is the number one draft. I mean, you had Joe Burrow, Chase Young go in the top 2. Okuda was number in this draft. The Lions pretty much hinted at Okuda. The Giants drafted Andrew Thomas, but Andrew Thomas did become the Giants' left tackle, second highest paid left tackle in the league. Tua ended up becoming the Dolphins' starting quarterback. It took time, but he figured it out. Justin Herbert, Chargers got good value. Derek Brown got extended with Carolina. So outside of Okuda's really the only miss in the top 7. People could say Chase Young. Chase Young's on New Orleans now. I mean, he goes from Washington to San Francisco. He's now on New Orleans. I think Chase Young can turn things around in New Orleans. Isaiah Simmons, he was drafted by the Cardinals, traded to the Giants. The Giants' defensive coordinator doesn't like him. If you've been watching off-season Hard Knocks, C.J. Henderson went to Jacksonville. That was a reach. Jedrick Wills, I gave the Browns a B grade. I didn't like the pick initially, but I don't think there's a left tackle as good as Wills in next year's draft, unfortunately, Joey. The top 2 tackles, Kelvin Banks and Will Campbell, are both going to be gone in the top 5. And outside of them, there's not a left tackle with good pass blocking footwork in this year's draft. That's really the big issue Bill Sparks and I have noticed, is that there's not a good left tackle. So if the Browns want to replace Wills, they're shit out of luck. So, and Wills hasn't done enough to warrant a payday yet. So they're kind of screwed right now. Becton's no longer on the Jets. Henry Ruggs is in jail. Yeah, Henry Ruggs was the first receiver drafted in 2020. And guys, if you're a police officer in a Las Vegas prison facility, please do not show our live stream to Henry Ruggs out of respect for Henry Ruggs. Tristan Wirfs goes to Tampa, starts out at right tackle, becomes a left tackle. Kinlaw, Jerry Jeudy went 15th to Denver. Browns trade for him and extend him, and the Falcons get A.J. Terrell. Anything about that top 16? I mean, you had a really good back end of the first round. The Cowboys got CeeDee Lamb. I loved what he took his girlfriend's phone when he was drafted. I thought that was hilarious. Dolphins got their blind side in Austin Jackson at right tackle. Damone Arnett had some legal issues too. Kalavon Chason didn't pan out with the Jaguars. Jalen Rigor went ahead of Justin Jefferson. Howie Roseman, he passed on Justin Jefferson for Jalen Rigor. That is another Howie Roseman whiff. People do not talk about the Howie Roseman whiffs because the Howie Roseman's draft, his good drafts outweigh his bad drafts. And to be fair to Howie Roseman, he did get Jalen Hurts in the second round after getting Rigor. And I think getting Hurts is what saved his job. Justin Jefferson went in the first round. Kenneth Murray went to the Chargers. Cesar Ruiz is a right guard in the Saints. Brandon Ayuk's on the 49ers. He's now the number 1 receiver. Jordan Love ended up panning out, and I saw Jordan Love at the Senior Bowl, so that was a big reason why I had patience. Patrick Queen left the Ravens to go to the Steelers. Isaiah Wilson, bust. Noah Igbinoghene. Jeff Gladney died. I'm not going to say whether he was a star or a bust. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire went to the Chiefs at 32. But that's the first round. Any thoughts on that, Joey? Go ahead and rant about the first round. I got to get a tissue, and then we'll talk about rounds 2 through 7. Number 2 pick, wins Defensive Rookie of the Year, and then he falls off a cliff due to injuries, and then he gets traded to the 49ers, and then he signs with the Saints. That's really his story. And I think he's got to compete with he's got to compete for the edge rusher job. I don't even think he's going to be handed the edge rusher job. I think he's going to have to compete for it. They have Nick Bosa. He's going to be the right end, but they have Granderson and Cameron Jordan. I know our lads has him listed as the starting right end, but I think he's going to be the number 3 edge rusher because the Saints extended both Granderson and Cameron Jordan. And as much as I like Chase Young, I wouldn't start him over either one of those guys. But I think he can be a situational pass rusher like a number 3. I think he can be a good number 3 behind those guys. But I'm looking at the Saints depth chart right now. And they have Jordan and Granderson as the starters. Chase Young is the number 3 edge rusher, but he's on the PUP list. Peyton Turner will be the number 3 edge rusher for now. And Foskey, who began the year as a backup edge rusher, is now a 3rd string. But with Tanoka Passignon and Chase Young on the PUP list, there's an opportunity for Foskey to steal second-team reps from him. So, yeah. We'll see what happens here. Looking at the second round of this draft, T. Higgins went 33rd. I had T. Higgins as my 4th best receiver. He's panned out. Michael Pittman Jr. panned out. DeAndre Swift was a good running back. Problem is he couldn't stay healthy. He stayed healthy in Philadelphia. He's now the Bears' number 1 running back. I mean, DeAndre Swift's another running back I'm considering with my next pick. I like DeAndre Swift. I think Swift could be a good running back with the Bears. I know the Bears' offensive line sucks, but I have options at running back, so I'm going to go for value over need at 40. I just don't want to miss out on any of the running backs. That's the thing. Like, I could get running backs early and just add pieces, add guys that I think are good keepers. Xavier McKinney went to the Giants at 36. He's now on the Packers. He panned out. Kyle Duggar. Xavier McKinney was the first safety drafted in this draft. Kyle Duggar panned out. It's weird because all the safeties that were drafted early panned out. Yetur Gross-Matos was a failure. Robert Hunt, drafted by Miami. He's now Carolina's right guard. Jonathan Taylor went 41st. He's been the best running back in the draft. I think he's a top 5 running back this year because Trey Sermon, who was the 3rd string running back on the Eagles, or 4th string running back on the Eagles, is now the Colts number he's now the Colts number 2 running back. So if Taylor gets injured again, they're screwed. But I think we're going to see Jonathan Taylor get 20 carries a game, and we're going to see Richardson get 10. And maybe we'll see 5 carries from the backup running back, Sermon. Cole Met went 43rd. Grant Delpit went 44th. Antoine Winfield went 45th. A lot of star power in this second round, Joey. Darrell Taylor Jr. went 48th. He's a situational pass rusher. Steelers took Claypool. He had a good rookie year, but he peaked. And like Juju, another diva receiver for the Steelers, Jalen Johnson was the number 1 corner on Pro Football Focus, ahead of Denzel Ward. You don't have to agree with it, but that is the reality. Jalen Johnson was a steal at 50. Trayvon Diggs was a steal at 51. I would argue there was just as much talent in the second round compared to the first. Jalen Hurts went to the Eagles at 53. A.J. Epinesa is now a starting defensive end on the Bills. Well, he was a starting defensive end last year. Dobbins is now on the Chargers. Ezra Cleveland, the Vikings left tackle from Boise State, is now the left guard in the Jaguars. I would argue 2020 had just as much talent. Uche is the starting edge rusher across from Matt Judon. I would argue 2020, A.J. Dillon's competing with Marshawn Lloyd for the running back 2 job. And Willie Gay Jr. no longer on the Chiefs. I gave them a question mark grade instead of an F grade. I gave them the first and only ever question mark grade. I have not posted a question mark grade since then. I probably should use that more often instead of handing out F grades. And, you know, the Chiefs got Willie Gay Jr. and Chris Jones out of Mississippi State. Chiefs seem to have success with Mississippi State players, especially on the front 7. And Jeremy Chin got off to a good start as a rookie, but ended up moving to nickel corner. Good second round though. If 2020 didn't have so many star players in round 2, you can make a case for the NHL draft ahead of it, but 2020 had a lot of stars, not just in the first round, but the second round. Logan Wilson became the Bengals starting middle linebacker. They got him in the third round, the Bengals, and they extended him on a team-friendly deal. Matabike went to the Ravens in the third round, and he panned out. Devon Hamilton went to the Jaguars. He got extended. So that's 3 names already. Jonah Jackson was the Lions right guard for many, Lions left guard. Now he's the Rams left guard. Good starter. Lloyd Cushenberry, he was the Broncos center. I think he's the Titans center now. But yeah, 2023 is interesting because you had the Texans at 90 take Greenard. He's now a solid starter. Nothing spectacular, but he's a good veteran to start. And Malik Harrison went to the Ravens. I think they brought him back on a team-friendly deal. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, Alex Highsmith at 102. Steelers basically let Le'Veon Bell walk. They get a comp pick at 102, and they turn that into Alex Highsmith, another edge rusher next to Watt. So the Steelers replaced Le'Veon Bell with Highsmith, and they still... See, that's the thing. Hitting on the comp picks is so critical, because if you go from Le'Veon Bell to Alex Highsmith, that allows you to remain a powerhouse if you're a team like the Steelers with a lot of prestige and tradition. Adam Troutman, borderline starter, high-end number 2 tight end. Starts his career with the Saints, starts it with Denver. Very familiar with both Sean Payton in New Orleans and Denver. Akeem Davis-Gaither went to New Orleans in round 4. John Simpson went to the Raiders, but he had a lot of success as the Ravens left guard. Now he's on the Jets. Lee Kai Fotu, Harrison Bryant. These are some 4th-round picks. Wanham was a good backup edge rusher. I mean, looking at round 4, Joey, round 4 is where the drop-off... There's a lot of talent in the first 3 rounds, but round 4 is really where the drop-off begins to take its toll. Gabriel Davis at 128 is one of the better 4th-round picks. Mark Suba spoke highly of Davis. Mark did have the most accurate mock, but yeah, like looking at Gabe Davis, he's going to the Jaguars now. Joey's mentioned him a few times on the podcast. Kevin Dotson. Steelers got Kevin Dotson at 135, and he's now the Rams left guard. He's the Rams right guard because the Rams were willing to pay him and the Steelers weren't. And the Chiefs got Algerius Sneed. He was a safety at Louisiana Tech, but he became the Chiefs' number 2 corner. Now he's the Titans' number 1 corner. But yeah, you got Algerius Sneed. Basically, Algerius Sneed and Sneed's probably the biggest steal of round 4, and Kevin Dotson to the Steelers. Those are probably the 2 biggest steals. I swear there was another guy and Gabriel Davis. Those are the 3 guys in round 4 that were good value picks. So only 4 third-round picks, no Pro Bowlers at this point, but 3 impact players, and Tyler Baez was the Cowboys center for the duration of his rookie deal. But anything you want to say about that before we get to rounds 5 through 7? I don't think there were any impact players in round 5. Danny Pinner started off as an impact player at right guard, lost the right guard job to Will Fries. Trevis Gibson, Bryce Hall, the Virginia corner. Nick Harris looked good initially. Injuries did sort of derail his career. Quentin Cephas fell to the Lions in round 5. Broderick Washington went to the Ravens in round 5, and they extended him. And, the Ravens hit on that pick, so I'll give them credit. Darnell Mooney went to the Bears in round 5. Falcons got him as a number 2 receiver. The Bears didn't want to pay him number 1 money. Vikings got KJ Osborne as a slot receiver, and he's now on the Patriots. So there were some good picks in round 5 too. As far as round 6 goes, Michael Onwenu, The Michigan right guard, probably the biggest steal in round 6. He's been a very steady offensive lineman for the Patriots. Best Michigan player in round 6. I don't think that's up for debate. And yeah, I know Donovan Peoples-Jones went to the Browns in round 6. And honestly, I thought I had Peoples-Jones graded higher than Onwenu, but Onwenu's been the more reliable of the two in their NFL careers. But like you, Joey, I thought Peoples-Jones was going to come in and take over. Tyler Bass ended up in round 6 as well. Just a very steady draft where there's just Jordan Fuller went to the Rams. Quez Watkins was a slot receiver. James Proche. Josh Metellus went to the Vikings. He's been a good safety. You know, there were a lot of players in the 6th round of this draft that ended up having nice careers. And that's why the 2020 NFL draft came in at 1. And you had Marcus Bailey, Cameron Curl in the 7th round. Some nice players here, some nice rollers. Geno Stone, that is the backup on the Ravens I was thinking of. The Vikings drafted Geno Stone in round 7. They cut him. The Ravens picked him up, and he was a good number 3 safety. And now Eddie Jackson replaces him. And I think the Ravens are going to be a force defend in the secondary. I think they can maintain their level of play. You don't, but it's for different reasons. We agree to disagree for different reasons. The Bills got Dane Jackson in round 7. That was a good pick at the time initially. I don't know if Dane Jackson has signed with a team since being drafted, but, you know, that's the 2020 draft in a nutshell. We'll get to 2021 now. I'm seeing, Tay Crowder was Mr. Relevant. James Robinson went undrafted. All right, so at number 5, I have the 2021 MLB draft at number 5. A lot of this is wait and see with 2021. Henry Davis did make it to the MLB, but he got demoted to AAA simply because the Pirates are stacked with batters right now, not because he's a terrible player. Jack Leiter got an MLB debut. He got demoted. Jackson Jobe, high school pitcher, hasn't made the MLB. Marcelo Mayer hasn't made the MLB. Colton Cowser got promoted to the Orioles MLB roster. He's a regular now. Jordan Lawler's still in AAA. Not really a player that has dominated. Kumar Rocker went 10th but failed his physical, so the Mets didn't draft him, didn't give him a contract. Harry Ford, the Mariners' 12th pick, has made the MLB as a high school catcher. Andrew Painter is still in AAA. Sal Frelick, I was not high on Sal Frelick. He was a 3-sport athlete, football, hockey, and baseball. Brewers took him at 15. Sal Frelick's worked out with the Brewers. He has. Matt McClain's been a good utility player for the Reds. Jordan Wicks, I liked him for the Cubs. He was a back-end starter last year. Colson Montgomery's still in AAA. He should get called up soon. Gavin Williams, Cleveland Indians pick at 23. I gave that an A+. He went 10-1 in East Carolina with a 1.88 ERA and 130 strikeouts. I think he can be the ace. We got to be patient with him, though. But yeah, looking at the 2021 draft, the only picks that look like hits right now are... I would say the only picks that look like hits right now are Henry Davis, Colton Cowser, the Orioles, and Gavin Williams, the Guardians. It's a lot of wait and see with the 2021 MLB draft. And Harry Ford, who went 12th to the Mariners. There's a lot of wait and see with this draft class. That's a big reason why the MLB draft came in at number 5 as the weakest of the draft classes. Number 4 is the 2021 MLS draft. Why is the MLS draft in 2021 come in this high? Well, Daniel Pereira went number 1. I had him as the number 6 player, but he's still with the team that drafted him 3 years later. And he had elite kicking power. His kicking accuracy and decision-making needed to improve, and he improved in those areas. He fatigued 3 times against Virginia in college, but, you know, He ends up going number 1, and he's actually been a success. So Calvin Harris and Mayaka were not successes. Number 1 pick was a success. Kemarney Smith. Michael DeShields gets demoted to the Pittsburgh Riverhounds, went 5th overall in the Super Draft. Ethan Barlow is a starting center. Ethan Bartlow, starting center back on Houston Dynamo. So only 2 of the top 6 picks have panned out. Brett Halsey's a good depth player. But, this was a very underwhelming 2021 draft. I mean, outside of my top center back, Ethan Bartlow, and Daniel Pereira, the Virginia Tech midfielder that went number 1, this was a very underwhelming draft. But because Pereira's had more success as a number 1 pick than Henry Davis, I do have this draft winning in a landslide over the MLB. But it's not a great group. I'm trying to be objective about this draft. I don't know if I can be. We did a 2-round draft results thing in 2021. Rio Hope Gund, 8. Brandon Hackenberg, Christian Hackenberg's little brother, went in the first round. He was a bust, just like his older brother. Edward Kiza was a top 5 prospect at one point. He fell to 24, didn't have the success you were hoping for in the MLS, but he's been a good USL player. He's been a really consistent starter in the USL with the Pittsburgh Riverhounds, and he's a big community guy here in Pittsburgh. So I'm not going to say anything bad about Kiza. You can argue it was a reach, fine, but Kiza's been solid. He's probably been the best player in the back end of the first round. Amin Mabika went 26 to Miami. He got to start in his second year, didn't start after that. Still a nice bench player for Miami at 26, but he's mainly off the bench now. And I'm looking to see if there was a steal in round 2. Josh Bauer was in the top 10. He fell to 31, New Hampshire center back, and he actually had some initial success. Preston Judd is a starter on the LA Galaxy. He fell to the second round. So there were a few second-round picks that panned out. So that is the big reason why I ranked this ahead of the MLB, Joey. I don't think this was a great draft, but I would give the 2021 MLB draft an incomplete grade. I'd give this a C+. And right now, this draft is having more success than the it's having more success than the MLB draft right now. That can change in due time. And this is why Joey doesn't like to get that far ahead with these draft classes, especially when guys are in the minors. But looking at this group, I'm going to rank the NHL draft at number 3. The 2021 NHL draft was a top-heavy draft, but it was not a deep draft class. And, looking at this draft in hindsight, Owen Power goes number 1. He's a top 4 defenseman, but he's not a top 2 defenseman. And for a number 1, you'd be hoping for a top 2 defenseman. Matty Beniers, first-line center on the Seattle Kraken. Mason McTavish went 3rd overall. I thought that was a reach. Luke Hughes has been a first-line defenseman since arriving in New Jersey in 22. Kent Johnson gets demoted from 2nd to 4th-line left winger. Simone Edmondson finally going to make his debut with the Red Wings. William Eklund's a first-line winger on the Sharks. He's a good player to complement Macklin Celebrini. Brant Clark could finally break out with the Kings. Clark was my number 2 defenseman in this draft. He hasn't played in the LA Kings yet. I think he breaks out this year. Dylan Guenther was my number 1 player in this draft. He fell to 9. He's really been consistent. He's been one of the more consistent wingers. I did not like Tyler Boucher. Coronado was decent with Calgary, but I also feel like he's a back 6 guy. Sillinger, same. Sillinger could be a top 6 forward, but he's really underachieved so far. And then you go to the back end of round 1. Really, the Coyotes and the Stars are the winners of this draft, because the Coyotes got Dylan Guenther, my number 2 player, at 9. After being stripped of a first-round pick by trading their captain to Vancouver, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who didn't work out with the Canucks, gets bought out by the Canucks, and then wins a cup with Florida. And, they got 2 impact players. And the other team that got 2 impact players is the Dallas Stars. The Dallas Stars got Wyatt Johnston and Logan Stankoven. Fabian Lysell could be on the Bruins this year. Wyatt Johnston went 22nd overall, but, Xavier Borgalt got traded. Wyatt Johnston went 22nd in the draft. I gave this a C- initially, but, the Wyatt's capable of being a 70, 80-point player. I would not be surprised if Wyatt reached 100 points in the next 5 years. Wyatt Johnston's been the catalyst for the Dallas Stars the last 2 years. Corson Kuhlman's, I had a first on him. He hasn't panned out. I'm not giving up on him, but Columbus has so many defensemen. He's just sort of cluttered into the farm system because the Blue Jackets have so many defensemen. Logan Malou, Canadians drafted him at 30. Faced sexual assault allegations, ends up overcoming that and ends up getting to the NHL. And, Dallas, Arizona both have their second round picks in the NHL. 2021 NHL draft was an underwhelming draft, like a lot of scouts said, but because some of the second round picks are in the NHL, I will put it in at number 3. And this was tough. You can honestly make an argument that the 2021 NFL draft should be number 1, but I put it at number 2. There were more players in the top 20 of the NBA draft that were impact players than there were NFL. So I put the NFL at 2, but it's debatable. It's debatable in the sense that you could definitively argue that the NFL had more stars in day 2 and 3, and the NBA is just top heavy. But, I want to compare the first round of the NFL to the NBA. Trevor Lawrence went number 1. Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase has been the best player outside of Lawrence. Waddle, Sewell, all of those players have panned out. Surtain's been a top corner. Justin Fields, I still think he had turned things around in Pittsburgh. Micah Parsons, Rashawn Slater. Parsons and Slater, both really good value picks for where they went. And I'm not ready to give up on some of the guys in the back end of round 1. But looking at 17, I honestly feel like outside of some of the top 10 value picks, Leatherwood was a reach at 17, Phillips was a reach at 18, Jamin Davis was a reach at 19, Tony was a reach at 20, Pay. I think Quiddy Pay could turn things around with Latu starting next to him. If Latu's not starting next to him, I think Pay declines. Caleb Farley disappointed. Christian Darrisaw and Najee Harris are the 2 best picks in the back half of round 1. And ETN. Those 3 were the best value picks, 23 and through 25. The Browns got Newsom at 26. Started out as a number 2 corner, became a nickel. Rashad Bateman went 27th. I still like Bateman. Peyton Turner's a situational edge. Eric Stokes is the Packers' number 2 corner. He's going to be fully healthy this year. And you have Owa at 31 and Tryon at 32. And look, there was a lot of my argument for the 2021 NBA draft at 1 is the fact that there were more stars in the first round, more impact players. And this is where Joey and I are going to disagree, and I'll get to some of those day 2 picks for the NFL in a second. But Cade Cunningham went number 1. He's been consistent when healthy. Jalen Green went number 2. He came into his own down the stretch. Evan Mobley went 3rd, the USC center to the Cavs. Scotty Barnes went 4th. He won Rookie of the Year. Jalen Suggs went 5th. He struggled his first 2 years. He broke out this year. Josh Giddey went 6th. He was an effective point guard for Oklahoma City. I know he got traded to the Bulls. Kuminga went 7th. Kuminga's been good for Golden State when he's got minutes. Franz Wagner's the number 2 scorer on the Magic behind Banchero. Davion Mitchell was legitimately the only bust in the top 10. And Zaire Williams, I think Zaire could still be a good bench player, but he's obviously not a starter. But you look at the top 8, all of the top 8 picks in that NBA draft were hits. Moses Moody is taking over for Klay Thompson. Kispert's a starter on the Wizards now. Just looking at that, you got 10 starters in the top 15. of this draft at the moment. Sengun's been a big time star, and the Rockets gave up 20 points. The Rockets gave up 2 future first round picks to get Sengun. Sengun's now the Rockets' leading scorer. So the Rockets got a star at 16. So that's 11 of the top 16. You got Trey Murphy and Trey Mann as bench players. Kai Jones, Jalen Johnson averaging over 10 points a game. He's been good. So that's 17 impact players in the top 20, or 12 impact players in the top 20. But the NFL draft, I felt like there were more impact players in the top 20 of the NBA draft than the NFL draft. And that's why I put the NBA draft at number 1. Now, I'll go back to the NFL draft. This is where Joey and I are going to disagree on draft rankings. Joey's probably going to put the NBA at 2 and the NFL at 1, but he pretty much agrees with the rest of my order, with the NHL at 3, MLB at 2, MLB at 5, and MLS at 4. Pretty much agrees with the order, but, there were good players in round 2. Tyson Campbell was 30-30. He's the Jags' number 1 corner. Well, Javonte Williams, Broncos running back. Hollins, a starting safety on the Dolphins. Dickerson's the Eagles' left guard. He got a 4-year extension. Barmore's the Patriots' defensive tackle. He got extended. Tevin Jenkins is the Bears' right guard. I don't even care about that. I care about the fact that the draft rankings. I think the NBA had more players in the top 20 than the NFL. That's the only reason I put it at number 1, because I wanted to spice things up. I honestly think it's more of a 1A, 1B thing, and Joey's going to tell me, oh, the NFL's still 1, NBA's 2, because he just doesn't like what the product of the NBA's become. It's the product for him more than anything else. Great athlete, great scorer. I love seeing good scores in college translate to the NBA, but there's not the defense and physicality there used to be. So in your eyes, the product sucks, even if the players have panned out. The overall product sucks for you, so that's why you're down on it. But I love the 2021 NBA draft. For me, that was number 1 because I felt like there was more talent in the top 20 than the NFL. You're saying that doesn't matter. I'm telling you it does, because if more NBA teams drafted well in the top 20 than NFL teams, I think that's the argument you can make for the NBA at 1. But I think it's a 1A, 1B situation. I'm even willing to admit it's a 1A, 1B situation. I don't think so. Well, when I'm ranking draft classes, I rank them based on where the players are, not based on the product. I rank them based on where they were drafted and what value they bring to the teams. And I felt like the NBA got more value than the NFL in 2021. When you consider the fact that 5 QBs went the top 15, Lawrence was the only one to pan out, my argument holds validity. Your argument holds validity too, because even though the NBA ended up getting more good top 20 picks than the NFL, at the same token, yeah. Yeah, and there were some good players in 2021. We talked about Tyson Campbell, Walker Little. The Chargers got Asante Samuel Jr. He's their number 1 corner. The Aaron Banks is the left guard in the Niners. Ujulari got Ujulari, I don't think he got traded. He might be the backup now. Owosu Koromoa fell to the Browns at 52. That was a steal. He was a clear first round player, but he fell at 52. I don't know if it was the medicals. I don't know why he fell as far as he did. Freiermuth went to the Steelers at 55. Look, the NBA draft, round 2 of the NBA draft, I don't know if there was the value. I thought there were more good picks in round 2 of the 2021 NFL draft than there were in round 1. I honestly feel that way with Nick Bolton, with Creed Humphrey. I felt there were better picks in round 2. That's big reason why I put the NFL at 2, because I felt like NBA teams picked the right players in the top 20, whereas NFL teams, they just sort of half-assed it. They banked on the quarterbacks, and only the Jaguars with Lawrence prospered from that in the long run. Yeah. But I think 14 or 15 of the top 20 picks in the NBA draft being a success, and the NFL only having about 10 or 11 top 20 picks being a success, that matters. That matters in the grand scheme of things. NFL diehards are going to tell me that doesn't matter because the NFL is the better product. But if we're grading drafts, the team that got better, NBA should win based on value in the top 20, getting better value. But at the same token, the NFL had really good talent in round 2, which is why I think you can make an argument for the NFL at 1. There were 15 good players in the top 20 of the 2021 NBA draft, Joey. The 2021 NBA draft had 15 impact players in the top 20. The NFL draft did not have that because 4 quarterbacks went in the top 15 and were busts. And I'm not just looking at that. I'm looking at the fact that Zaven Collins, while he's good, he's underachieved. Alex Leatherwood was a bust. He went 17th. So, yeah, the NFL had less impact players in the top 20 than the NBA. So that's my argument for the NBA at 1. They were good athletes. They shot well. They were consistent. They checked off the boxes on tape. So, yeah, that's the argument for the NBA over the NFL. Good short range, good mid range, long range, good passing, good rebounding, good block shots, good defense. No, I didn't see double dribbles. No. I didn't see that. So that's why I'm ranking the NBA ahead of the NFL. But this is the only draft, I think, where I have the NBA at 1. Yeah, I have but it's sort of a hot take because there's still a lot of good value in round 2 of the NFL draft. I do, and I think the fact that the NFL allowed those players to slip to the second round because they weren't quarterbacks is a fuck up on the league's part. I'm not afraid to voice my opinion on that. But yeah, there was a lot of good talent in round 2. Cisco fell to the Jaguars in round 3. I'll try my best to just get to some of these picks here. Mayfield, Joseph Osai was good. Brady Christensen's okay as a guard, not a tackle though. Oso Digizua ended up doing well. Paulson Adebo did well for the Saints. He became their number 2 corner. I mean, it was an underwhelming group. Wyatt Davis didn't pan out. Neither did Kendrick Green. Nico Collins, I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl. He was a good value pick. Patrick Jones, I like Patrick Jones. I gave the Browns Anthony Schwartz. He was a backup among my top 40 receivers, and the Lions got Amon-Ra St. Brown in round 4. So 2021, I had to put it in the number 2 slot, but I decided to, since the NBA draft had better top 20 picks than the NFL, I decided to put the NBA. And it's kind of a hot take. It's not, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a great hot take, but I wanted to mix things up. And that's not a knock on the NFL. I just think the NBA teams drafted well in the first round, and the NFL teams reached in the first round. And that's enough for me to say, you know what? The NFL fucked up. They have the better overall product, but when it came to scouting this draft class, a lot of teams fucked up. And I think that's fair. I don't care about the competition level. I care about what they do on tape and if it translates to the pros. And if it does, I give the NBA players the benefit of the doubt, whereas you're the opposite. You don't necessarily give players the benefit of the doubt because you don't like the way the NBA is now. They just teach players how to score and pass and defend. They don't teach dribbling. They don't teach lob passes. I remember playing basketball in middle school, used to do a lob pass or a chest pass. They don't teach that anymore. They just want the players to put up points. Shoot three. Fongo went in the 5th round. Trey Smith fell to the 6th round. Look, the 2021 NFL draft, you can argue it's number 1. I felt like the NBA did a better job drafting the top 20, and I wanted to acknowledge the NBA for that. I wanted to reward them for that because this is the only, I think this is the only draft where the NFL finished number 2 in one other draft, 22, and then 23 and 24, the NFL I currently have at number 1. I disagree. I have this year's NBA draft at number 5 on my rankings, but we're going to get to 2022 now because we've got 3 drafts to go, and then we're done with this MLB draft results. MLB draft for 22 comes in at number 5. This was a draft where Jackson Holliday went number 1 overall. He's in AAA. I thought he was going to get promoted this year. He hasn't. Drew Jones hasn't gotten promoted. Kumar Rocker hasn't gotten promoted. Nobody from the 22 MLB draft is in the MLB yet. Termar Johnson, Elijah Green, Jacob Berry, Cade Horton. Okay, Brooks Lee, the 8th pick in this draft, who I mocked at 1, did get called up to the MLB when Royce Lewis was injured. So he does have some experience at third base. But outside of him, nobody, and Zach Neto, the 13th pick, came the Angels shortstop. So, that's the thing. Chase DeLauder, I mocked him. He went to the Guardians at 16. He's in AA right now. Cam Collier was in the futures game. Termar Johnson, futures game. Cole Young, North Allegheny, futures game. There's a bunch of players that have made the futures game, but outside of Brooks Lee and Zach Neto, nobody has any MLB experience. Outside of the 8th and 11th picks, nobody else has any MLB experience. And that's the big thing that causes the 22 MLB draft to finish at 5. Number 4, the 22 NBA draft. Yeah, after ranking the 2021 NBA draft at number 1, I decided to rank the This is the draft that had Paolo Banchero at 1, Chet Holmgren at 2, and Jabari Smith at 3. And I'll admit those players were stars, but the rest of this class, Keegan Murray's been a solid starter for Sacramento, the 4th pick in the draft. Jaden Ivey's been a solid starter for the Pistons. Benedict Mathurin's a good starter when he's healthy. So the top 6, Shaedon Sharpe took over at small forward this year. This draft does have potential to be good. So Chan became the Spurs power forward. So you're looking at 8 starters in the top 10. But outside of those top 3, I don't really see an all-star or star caliber player. Maybe Mathurin becomes that down the road. But Jalen Duren, he's the Pistons center. Agbaji really hasn't panned out. Mark Williams hasn't panned out. A lot of guys in 2022 haven't developed the way you'd like them to. And for me, that puts the 22 NBA draft at number 16 on this list. Number 4 on this list. Yes, so the 22 NBA draft came in at number 4. David Roddy, I missed on him. Eli Yoden pointed that out. Great job, Eli, pointing out the picks I got wrong. But yeah, I mean, looking at the 2022 NBA draft, outside of the top 3 picks and some of the stars, this was a very underwhelming draft. Now, number 3 draft in 22 was actually the MLS draft. This draft was a draft that Joey and I both liked. I think the MLS draft either finished... Yeah, the 2016 MLS draft came in at 3rd because of the star power at the top. Joey will admit I ranked that a little too high. But the 2022 MLS draft has been as good as advertised. I mean, we hyped the fuck out of this draft. Ben Bender, drafted number 1 overall. Great rookie year. He's been a bench player the last 2 years. Roman Celentano's the starting goalie on FC Cincinnati. He went number 2. Isaiah Parker went 3rd. Thorleifur Olferson went 4th to Houston. He became their starting striker. Kip Keller went 5th. I interviewed his coach. Keller did not end up being a success. Lucas Bartlett. Matt Notisa. He did not sign with New York after honoring his military commitment. Useni Buddha went to the San Jose Earthquakes. He was number 1 on my board. He fell to number 8. He's still on San Jose, the team that drafted him, but he's been a bench player. I don't think he scored an MLS goal yet, but hasn't gotten cut from the team that drafted him. Ryan Saylor went 9th. He started at center back as a rookie, but he didn't start this year or next year. Kendall Burke started at center back as a rookie for Chicago, but he didn't start his second year. Patrick Schultz developed in MLS Next at 12, but then he comes up to the Crew and he wins the MLS Cup as a rookie. After getting to the MLS Next Cup, he wins the MLS Cup. So the 2 goalies going to Columbus and Charlotte, it sort of reignited the hell is real rivalry. I think that's good for the MLS. Ian Murphy went 14th overall to FC Cincinnati. He's been a good starter. So, I mean, you look at this draft, there's at least 5 of the top 14 picks are 3-year starters, and there's a lot of good bench players. And if you add Bender and Buddha into the mix, this is probably one of the better top 14s. And you look at the back end of this draft, you had Quezera, Simon Betcher became the striker on the Whitecaps. Jack Lynn became a good backup striker. SI easily, he's in MLS Next. Jacob Jackson, I think might be New England's starting goalie. He might be, I don't know. I'm looking that name up really quickly here, but 7 of the top 14 are in the MLS. I'm looking this up right now. Jacob Jackson's on the Earthquakes, I think. So New England traded him to the Earthquakes. He was a first-round pick. I'll look at the career stats here to see what his numbers are. Yeah, so he was 1-1 in 3 starts. This year, he's only started 3 games. He has 0 clean sheets. It says he started 10 games. The other stat says he started 3. I don't know. No, that's 10 goals surrendered. He's gave up 9 goals with New England. Gets traded, he's given up 10 goals. He's gotten worse. Philip Quinton went to Columbus. He's been in the minors. Anthony Markovich came up as a rookie. Justin Rasmussen came up as a rookie at 27. I think he's a bench player now, but, this Tisa and the Tesla Bang came up as a rookie. So this was a good role player draft. I mean, 20 of the 28 first-round picks have had success off the bench. This was a good draft, and round 2, you had Kyle Holcomb, a top 10 player, fall to round 2. Nick Markinich was a first-round player. Cincinnati got him for depth. Luka Gavrin was a goalie that fell to the second round, and he's the starting goalie on Toronto now. I mean, Luka Gavrin was a good second-round pick. Ostrom was a left back. Kevin O'Toole ended up becoming a starting midfielder on New York. So that's 2 starters in the second round. Sophie and DeJay falls a third starter in the second round of this draft. Arturo Ordonez, he became a center back in MLS Next. I think he was good enough to start, but the Dynamo didn't give him a shot. It's a shame. But this was a really good draft. Tristan Traeger was a winger at Air Force. He did really well in MLS Next. I had him in the first round. Giovanni Aguilar, he's got some experience in both MLS Next as a bench player. He went 49th. Ben Raveno signed his rookie deal. I think he's on the Revolution's MLS Next team. But this was the Theo Cullum draft. This was a really good MLS draft, Joe. You had Jesper Lofelsen and Theo Cullum in the third round. This was a really good draft. George Marks was drafted by Charlotte in the third round. He became their backup goalie. I mean, this was a good draft. This is probably the best MLS draft I've seen in the last 10 years from a depth standpoint. But it comes in at number 3 because the star power in the NHL and NFL drafts is just better. It just is. Yeah, he should not have been available in the third round, but he was, and this was a great draft. I mean, it's a shame a lot of teams passed on picks because there was talent to be had. I mean, Jesper Lofelsen got his first career assist in the snow at Gillette Stadium, and he's played in the cold at Pitt, and there was a lot of good players. This was a good draft for a talent standpoint. So, in the second round, he fell to the third. He fell to the third round. I don't know. It's a mystery I'll never know. But this 22 MLS draft was actually a deep draft class, probably the deepest draft and the most fun draft I've scouted to date. So the NBA and MLB drafts were not that deep. MLS comes in at 3, and if the MLS comes in the top 3, that's a win for the MLS in my opinion, because you got 2 starting goalies, you got Theo, you got Buda, another player we interviewed. 22 was a good draft. So I'm going to say that and leave it at that. It's just, I ended up putting the NFL at 2 and the NHL at 1, but this is kind of a hot take. I think you can argue the NFL's number 1 over the NHL, just like you can argue NFL's number 1 over the NBA. But here's the thing with the draft. Trayvon Walker, I don't think he's the best player in this draft. I don't think he's a horrible player. I gave the pick a C- at the time. I don't think he's a horrible player, but he went 1 for 12 against Evan Neal, who got benched. Aiden Hutchinson has been as good as advertised. He wanted to go to the Lions. Derek Stingley's been as good as advertised. He's been an impact corner with the Texans. Sauce Garner's the best corner in the league now. Kayvon Thibodeau's a 34 right outside linebacker with Burns next to him on the edge. Ekwanu's on the Panthers. He has an 8. He was good as a rookie. Struggled last year. He has an 80 on Madden 25, but he was one of the bottom 10 tackles on Pro Football Focus. Year 3 is make or break for Ekwanu. Evan Neal got benched for Luminor. He's now a swing tackle. Evan Neal's on the brink of being a bust. I do think he'll get a second chance somewhere else, but he's going to play out his contract with the Giants. And if he can't win back the right tackle job, he's probably going to get traded next offseason. Drake London went to Atlanta at 8. I thought that was a reach because I had Garrett Wilson graded higher, but London was younger. So the Falcons went for longevity over talent. That's really all there is to it. And Charles Cross went to Seattle at 9. Good rookie year. Struggled with injuries this year. Chris Olave went to New Orleans. He was a good number 1 receiver. Jamison Williams was a good number 2 for Detroit. I'm surprised the receivers went off the board as early as they did. Jordan Davis went to the Eagles. Kyle Hamilton was a steal for the Ravens at 14. The Texans got Kenyon Green at 15. I think Kenyon Green might be the only bust in this group so far because he played as a rookie, didn't play as a sophomore due to injury. Kenyon Green's got to stay healthy this year. This is a big year for Kenyon Green. But he enters this year on the hot seat because he underachieved as a rookie. He went through growing pains as a rookie, and he missed all of his sophomore year. Kenyon Green, I think, is the one hot seat guy. I'm not going to say Walker's in the hot seat yet, but he's certainly not the number 1 pick in a redraft, and I would argue he's the 4th or 5th best player in a redraft. Maybe 6th, but that's the only issue I have with Walker. He's not a bust, but he'd be 5th or 6th in a redraft right now. We agree on that. So Green struggled as a rookie and missed his entire second year with an injury. If he's healthy, he could make a difference for the Texans in year 2 with Stroud, but it's a make or break year for Kenyon Green. I mean, the one player that I think won't get a 5th-year tender right now at this point is Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green has to dominate in year 3 in order to get a tender. Like, he literally has to dominate. He has to get Mixon 1,500 rushing yards to at least enter this conversation because he's that far behind. Yeah. Jahan Dotson went 16th. I do like Dotson, but, at the same time, I'd like to see more from him. He had a good rookie year. I felt like he disappointed as a sophomore. Zion Johnson played right guard as a rookie, moved over to left guard this year. Traylon Burks was the number 1 receiver as a rookie. He got demoted to number 2 receiver this year when they added Hopkins, and now with Ridley, he's the number 3 guy. Trevor Penning's going to be the right tackle this year. Fuaga and Penning are going to compete for the left tackle job. And right now, Saints fans are projecting Fuaga to win that job and Penning to move over to right tackle. Honestly, I would keep Penning at left tackle and Fuaga at right tackle where they're both comfortable. I think that's the best play. But if the Saints rush Fuaga into left tackle and they move Penning to right tackle, there could be growing pains. Steelers took Pickett. Trent McDuffie was a success. Quay Walker, jury's still out on him. Jury's still out on Elam. I still think Elam could be a good corner, but he's more of a man press corner than a zone corner, and the Bills run a lot of zone. Linderbaum, good center for the Ravens. Jermaine Johnson took the right end job from Carl Lawson. Devin Lloyd's been good with the Jaguars. Wyatt, I would have liked to see a little bit more from Devontae Wyatt. Cole Strange was a reach. I did not like that pick, but he was a day 1 starter at left guard the last 2 years. He's going to miss the first 8 games this year. Karlaftis is going to be Karlaftis has been a good defensive end for the Chiefs, and the Bengals got Daxton Hill, and the Vikings got Lewis Sine. Both of those are backup safeties on their teams. I ended up putting the 22 NHL draft at 1 ahead of this, and we'll come back and revisit this, but I want to get to... I think a lot of teams reached on the quarterbacks, and a lot of it's projection and a lot of it's a hot take, because Slavkovsky went from 10 to 50 points. He's already got a 7-year extension. Simon Nemec, it had the best plus-minus ratio of any defenseman on the Devils. He's the number 2 pick. He's going to be a regular top 4 defenseman. Logan Cooley, 44 points in year 2 in the NHL. And I think Cooley's going to be a breakout player. I think Cooley's capable of 48. I think he's capable of going from 20 goals, 24 assists, 44 points to having 88 points. I think that is his peak. And I don't know if he does it this year, but the thought process NHL teams had is Logan Cooley was number 1 on the Coyotes board. Simon Nemec was number 2 on the Devils board behind Slavkovsky. And Shane Wright was number 1 on the Kraken's board. And the Kraken got Shane Wright at 4, but, he's going to have to compete with Chandler Stevenson signing a 7-year deal, with Jared McCann under contract till 2028. And with Beniers, your 21 first-round pick, getting an RFA, that leaves Shane Wright and Yanni Gourde competing for that number 4 center job. So whoever loses that, I don't think Yanni Gourde gets demoted to the AHL, so I think Shane Wright may end up back in Coachella Valley. It's not that he isn't good enough. It's just because the Kraken signed Chandler Stevenson from Vegas, we don't know who the hell's going to be the 4th center, whether it's going to be Gourde or Wright. And if Wright wins that job, Yanni Gourde's going to get traded to another team. So while Wright's competing with Gourde and while he could win the job and break out, he may end up getting demoted. And then next year, he'll have to compete with Berkeley Catton, who was drafted 5th overall, who had 100 points in the WHL. So I just think it's not that Shane Wright can't turn it around. He just may have to turn it around on a different team, Joey. I still think Shane Wright can be he's never going to be the first-line player we hyped him up to be. It's unlikely. I'm not going to say it's never going to happen. It's unlikely he becomes the first-line player the media hyped him up to be. But I still think he can be a 50-point player on a 2nd through 4th line, with his floor being 4th-line center, his ceiling being 2nd-line center. But he's not going to get that opportunity in Seattle if he cannot beat out Yanni Gourde this year. He may not get that opportunity. He might put Seattle in a position where they have to trade him. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality with Shane Wright. But I still think Wright has time to turn it around. Cutter Gauthier, the 5th pick, already a first-line left winger on the Anaheim Ducks. David Jiricek's going to be a 3rd-line defenseman on Columbus. So top 6 picks in this draft are all going to be in the NHL next year. Korchinski, he played in the NHL. He will be up. Marco Kasper will be the Red Wings' 4th-line center. So everyone in the top 8 is going to be in the NHL for the 22 draft. Matthew Savoie, I am astonished that the Buffalo Sabres traded him to Edmonton. I know he had this rant 2 weeks ago, but I mean, he was my number 5 player. I had Wright at 1, Cooley at 3, and Savoie at 5. And the Sabres gave up on Savoie so soon because they want to win now. That's not a player I'd trade. Pavel Mintyukov is the only player so Savoie's the only player in the top 10 of this draft that isn't in the NHL yet. And I think if Buffalo had stuck with Savoie, I think he'd be in the NHL this year. But they didn't want to stick with him. And they feel like he's peaked. So we'll see what happens with that trade. But I think Edmonton got a steal with Savoie because they traded their 2021 first-round pick away. And I think Savoie's the 3rd-line center or the 4th-line center by 2025 at the latest. Pavel Mintyukov is a first-line defenseman on the Ducks. So 9 of the top 10 picks have panned out. And I'm not giving up on Savoie. It's a wait and see with Savoie. Connor Geekie went 11th. The Coyotes, Utah Hockey Club, traded him to Tampa. I'm curious to see what Connor Geekie does with Tampa Bay because, I mean, you got 2 of the top 11 players on Edmonton and Tampa Bay now. And they were guys who were drafted high and they get traded to good teams. I'm genuinely curious to see what happens with those 2. I am, because Connor Geekie was a big man. He's 6'4", 220, and he could skate well. Denton Mateychuk, that's 10 of the top 12 picks in the NHL. Denton Mateychuk got Moose Jaw to the Memorial Cup. Frank Nazar was the 2nd-line center down the stretch. So that's that's 11 of the top 13. Rutger McGrody is not going to sign with Winnipeg. He was drafted 14th overall, but he refuses to sign with Winnipeg. So Winnipeg pretty much has to trade him because he knows he's going to get taxed more in Canada. He's not going to make as much. So he's basically refusing to sign with Winnipeg. He would rather go back to college. He's NHL ready right now, but he doesn't want to play for Winnipeg. He would rather go to college than play for the Winnipeg Jets as a paid player. And there's been a lot of talk about where Rutger McGrody's going to get traded. That has not happened yet. But, the 20-year-old, we saw, and I just hate this entitlement attitude that a lot of the NCAA players have. They're basically refusing to play for the teams that drafted him because they don't like the city or the location, but they know they can use it as leverage. I don't like that, but McGrody's going to get traded somewhere. And McGrody he had 160 points in 63 games in AAA hockey with the Oakland Junior Grizzlies. It's a big reason he made the U.S. National Team Development Program. Jonathan Lekkerimäki, I had him in the top 10. He fell to Vancouver at 15. Ostlund fell to the Sabres. Nashville took Joakim Kemmel, who was in my top 10 at 17. I think Kemmel's going to the NHL soon. Leon Bixel was a 6'5", 212-pound defenseman, and he added 18 pounds of muscle in his draft year to get up to 230. He's at 235 now. He's a violent player. He had a reputation for being a dirty player, and the Dallas Stars refused to play him in the playoffs. They weren't comfortable. He got his team to the finals as an 8 seed in the SHL. He got Lex Enzaev to the finals as an 8 seed, but Dallas was too scared to play their young guys. I think that's one of the things that's held the Stars back, and they've done a good job developing their young guys, but when they show they can play, they're too scared to put them in the lineup. Bixel could be on Dallas this year, and he'll be on the Stars by 2025 at the latest because Esa Lindell is in a contract year, and I believe Matthew Boldy got a 2-year deal, Ilya Lyubushkin got a 3-year deal, and Nils Lundqvist got a 1-year deal. So I think Bixel will be up in the NHL. He could be up this year. He might be up in a year from now. But Bixel's the player I'm waiting on. He's got Jamie Oleksiak's floor and Chris Pronger's ceiling if he fixes his shot, since everything's there. Jim Nill said he's a guy who can help you win in the playoffs. If he's a guy who can help you win in the playoffs, make sure Peter DeBoer plays him. Because, Texas Stars got eliminated before the Dallas Stars, so they brought him up to learn on the bench as a black ace. That's a slang term for a redshirt player in hockey. Liam Holmgren's already a top 6 forward on the Minnesota Wild. He went 19th overall. The Dallas Stars passed on Liam Holmgren, and they passed on Ivan Miroshenko, who beat Hodgkin's lymphoma. Both of those guys are up in the NHL. Owen Pickering, team captain of the Swift Current Broncos in the WHL. I believe he's going to go to Wilkes-Barre this year, and he's going to be ready for Pittsburgh as early as next season in 2025. Nathan Gotcher. I did like Nathan Gotcher. He's a 5-sport athlete, played hockey, soccer, basketball, golf, and lacrosse as a kid. He's good enough to play in the NHL, but the Ducks have 4 centers, so he's going to keep developing in the in the AHL and the Springfield Gulls, on the San Diego Gulls. Stan Kroenke is trying to get a new stadium for San Diego. I think it's for the Gulls, since Kroenke can't own the Avalanche and another NHL team. I think they brought him in as a consultant. Jimmy Snuggerud went to the Blues. But yeah, I think there were more stars in the top half of this draft than there were. A lot of the guys, Maverick Lamoureux, I liked him. Brad Lambert, I liked him. I don't know why Winnipeg hasn't. I think Lambert will be up in the NHL soon. Isaac Howard was a top 15 player for me. The Lightning got him at 31, and Reed Schaefer went to the Oilers at 32, 6'3", 213-pound winger. I do think he will see time in Edmonton eventually, but Edmonton's got some good prospects. I'm optimistic about the 22 NHL draft. But again, I ranked it at number 1 over the NFL. I think part of that is Owen Beck, second round pick, is going to be ready for Montreal pretty soon. Jagger Fergus, he was a Kraken second round pick. He dominated the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. He's developing nicely. This was a deep draft. I mean, this was a good draft in rounds 2 through 7. Luca Del Belbelou's 44th pick, already on Columbus in the NHL. And, the big reason I ranked the NHL ahead of the NFL is the NFL draft in 2022 was not a good quarterback draft. Brock Purdy's the only good quarterback in that draft that's done enough to warrant a second contract. And even I wouldn't make him a top 10 highest paid quarterback, Joey. I like him, but to give him a 5-6 year contract, Jared Goff money, it's fiscally irresponsible, and it's going to lead to the destruction of the 49ers. I mean, if you give him a contract extension like the one Goff got, you're going to have to cut some guys, and that's going to lead to the Niners Super Bowl window closing. That's really my big takeaway from the 22 draft. Yep. Yeah, and everybody in Jason Bannell's group is talking about how the USA basketball team has underachieved in the Olympics. And it's true, a lot of the better NBA players have gone to Europe. Kenneth Walker was a good pick for Seattle. He became their starting running back. Wandale Robinson went to the Giants. John Mechie went to the Texans. David Ojabo went to the Ravens. I'd like to see Ojabo break out. Pascal's had 2 seasons where he started 4 games, but he hasn't broken out yet. Too early to call him a bust, but you got to see something from him. Brisker became the Bears' day 1 starter at strong safety. Lante Taylor ended up becoming a good nickel corner for the Saints. Cameron Jurgens, he is the starting right guard on the Eagles this past year. Jurgens is the guy Jason Kelsey recommended to replace him at center. So it's going to be Jurgens starting at center this year for the Eagles. Pickens went to the Steelers. You can argue there was better talent in round 2 of the NFL draft than the NHL draft, and that the NFL should be 1. But the big thing with the NFL drafts is Trevor Lawrence and Brock Purdy are the only quarterbacks from 2021 and 2022 that have played well enough to warrant a second contract. And that sort of devalued the game to a degree. Meanwhile, Kyler Murray and Daniel Jones both get extensions because they did enough in their contract years to warrant those paydays. Cam Taylor-Britt, Nebraska corner, goes to the Bengals at 60. Drake Jackson, Brian Cook went to the Chiefs. The Bills got James Cook, and Nick Bonito went to the Broncos. But yeah, there were no quarterbacks drafted in round 2 after Pickett went at 20. That was a big thing with the 22 draft. Luke Fortner went to the Jaguars at 65. Decent rookie year. He sucked last year. Martin Emerson went to the Browns at 68. That's probably the best pick in round 3. Because Emerson's now a number 2 corner. Nicholas Petit-Frere went to the Titans. He started at left tackle as a rookie, got suspended, tried luck at left tackle, and the Titans said, you know what, we're keeping you at right tackle. And now they're going to play Latham, who's never played left tackle, at left tackle. Chad Muma, I like him as a backup linebacker, but with Olakun getting extended, there's no room for Muma. I think Muma's a good trade target. I would rather have Chad Muma over any linebacker in this year's draft. I'm not a big fan of the 2025 linebacker draft. I would rather give the Jaguars a 1st or 2nd round pick for Chad Muma than draft a linebacker in next year's draft. I'm not high on Barrett Carter. I'm not high on Abdul Carter. I'm not high on Iowa's middle linebacker or Old Dominion's linebacker. I'll take Chad Muma over the linebackers. I would. I know that's going to sound like a hot take, but I would rather trade a draft pick to Jacksonville for Muma than draft a linebacker in the first 2 rounds. I'm not high on the linebacker group for 2025. I'm just looking at the 2023 tape. A lot of these guys are underdeveloped. Now, some of these guys could take leaps in 2024, but they have underachieved in 2023. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, I think the Jaguars would take a second for Muma. If somebody offered the Jaguars a second for Muma, I think they'd do that. I really do. Yeah. I think he deserves an opportunity to be a starter somewhere else, and I would rather take Chad Muma in a trade than get a linebacker in this draft. But we'll give it some time. Abraham Lucas, Washington State. He was a good right tackle as a rookie. Injuries derailed his second year. Christian Harris missed his rookie year, but he actually played well enough to be a starter for the Texans in round 3. Colts got their left tackle Raymond in round 3. Bernard Raymond's been really good. He was much better in year 2. Dulcich could be the Broncos' future tight end 1. He's had 2 decent years, but he hasn't broken out yet. Nakobe Dean, he's going to be the starting middle linebacker, but if he can't stay healthy, he's in trouble since the Eagles drafted another linebacker out of Clemson. I believe it was Trotter Jr.'s kid, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I believe that's who they picked. The Steelers got to Marvin Leal. He's a nice backup, but it's kind of disappointing that he hasn't started next to Hayward yet because he was a first rounder at one point. Marcus Jones, Houston corner, is the nickel on the Patriots. Malik Willis, awful. He's been awful. I'm surprised he hasn't been traded yet. I don't think anybody wants to trade for him, so the Titans are kind of stuck with that contract. But he's going to be third string behind Mason Rudolph and Will Levis. Cameron Thomas, Jalen Tolbert, Bernard went to the Bills at 89, started. Dylan Parham went to the Raiders, started. Rashad White started for the Buccaneers as a rookie. But yeah, QB draft was very bad. It was very underwhelming. Kirby Joseph at 97 was a good comp pick for the Lions. The Lions basically recycled Kenny Golladay and traded him for Kirby Joseph. By letting Kenny Golladay walk, they got 97 and were able to turn that pick into Kirby Joseph. So the Lions capitalizing on these comp picks is huge. I cannot emphasize it enough. New Orleans got this comp pick for Trey Hendrickson, but then Mickey Loomis traded this pick to Washington. The Browns got this pick for hiring for Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah taking the Vikings GM job, and David Bell ends up going here. I don't think that pick's worked out, but the jury's still out on that. But at this point, Bell is like a 4 or 5 on most NFL teams. Leo Chenal's a good backup. He'll finally get his opportunity to start with the Chiefs at 103 this year after Willie Gay Jr. left. Logan Bruss, Danny Gray. It's not a great draft. I'm trying to find some impact players in round 4. Cade Otton became the starting tight end for Tampa Bay. Dameon Pierce began the year as the starting running back, but he lost the starting job to Singletary. Now he's the change of pace running back behind Mixon. Winfrey had maturity issues, pairing Winfrey. Kobe Bryant, I like him, but he's kind of a borderline number 3 corner. I mean, Seattle's got Tariq Woolen and they've got Witherspoon. That's their top 2. Falele is competing with for the starting right tackle job. Daniel Bellinger's going to be the starting tight end with Waller retiring. Damari Mathis took the number 2 corner job as a rookie. He's going to have to compete with Levi Wallace for the number 2 cornerback job in camp this year. He'll be a top 3 corner. Caleb Evans was drafted after Andrew Booth still became the Vikings nickel corner. So Jack Jones had maturity issues. I felt like Chase Lucas was better than Jack Jones, but Jack Jones, he had an impact. He intercepted Aaron Rodgers and he intercepted Mahomes. So he's a good player. He just has some maturity issues. Zamir White, final year of his rookie deal. He is the Raiders' starting running back at the moment. Neil Farrell Jr., Cade York, Pierre Strong Jr., Kolar. I like Kolar as a backup, a third-string tight end. And you have Likely. I think the Ravens have a lot of tight end depth. Ferguson's a good tight end for Dallas. He became a starter. Romeo Dobbs, top 2 receiver for Green Bay. And Joshua Williams, Fayetteville State corner, is going to be taking over for Algerius Sneed this year. He did a nice job at nickel. Bailey Zappi's now 3rd in the Patriots depth chart. Calvin Austin probably competing for a slot job. Isaiah Likely fell to the Ravens in the 4th round. Zach Tom is the Packers' right tackle. Jacoby Durant on the Rams. Chigoziem Okonkwo is the Titans' tight end. I mean, it's an interesting round 4. There's some good players, but a lot of them, while they're solid starters, none of them are breakouts. Sam Howell kicked off round 5. He's now the backup on Seattle. Only question is, will he see playing time this year if Geno Smith slips up? Khalil Shakir really stepped up for the Bills. I think Shakir is a future starter on the Bills, and if you can get him to take a team-friendly extension, I'd do it. Tariq Woolen's been good with Seattle. I think those two could get extensions. Jerome Ford did a nice job for Nick Chubb last year, but I also think he's a product of the Browns' offensive line. I got to see him go to another team and have success, unless the Browns want to move on from Chubb. I don't think they do. Kyron Williams went to the Rams at 164. He's a starting running back, one of the better value picks. Deron Bland, another good value pick. Braxton Jones, Bears left tackle, 2 good seasons on his rookie deal. I'm not at the point where I'd send him yet, but if he had one more good season and he really breaks out this year and stays healthy, I think we can have a conversation about extending him. 6th round, Matt Ariaza was the first pick in round 6. Darian Beavers, I really did not like round 6 as far as the value goes. Malcolm Rodriguez, Cade Mays. I mean, there are some okay players, but just a lot of players. James Houston was the best value in round 6. I felt like there was more value in round 7 compared to round 6 of this draft. Monteric Brown kicked off round 7. He's been valuable for the Jaguars. Good dime corner, can play nickel. Isaiah Thomas, Brown. I had Thomas graded higher than the other player the Browns took in the 3rd round, Alex. The guy the Browns took out of, I don't even remember. He's a 3rd round pick for the Browns out of Charlotte. But yeah, looking at the 7th round, Thayer Munford Jr., Rodney Thomas was a 7th round pick. He took the starting job from Nick Cross, Yale safety. Jalen Watson's been a good 7th round pick at 243. Skylar Thompson did start a playoff game. Rasheed Walker's done well for a left tackle with the Packers. Pacheco went 251. Russ East went 253. Starting safety on the Rams. Bears got their starting punter. And yeah, I mean, look. Brock Purdy went 262. So looking at the 22 drafts, yeah, I do like a lot of what I see in 22. But again, I still have the NHL ahead of the NFL because I thought there were a lot of reaches at quarterback, and that kind of devalued this draft to a degree. There were a lot of reaches in 22, and I felt like a lot of the NHL players that went in the 1st round, I'm projecting them to be better than the NFL players, even though they're still developing. 2023, we've got 2 more drafts in each sport left. I don't have much to say about the 2023 MLS draft. I'll keep this brief. Hamady Diop went number 1 overall. Dave Tepper gave up $450,000 in allocation money to move up to number 1 to select Hamady Diop. I don't even think Hamady Diop has played an MLS game yet. He might be a bench player on Charlotte. I'm looking that up right now. Because, it's like, you give up that much money for the number 1 pick to move up from 20 to 1. You better hit on the pick. I mean, you could have had Duncan McGuire. Okay, he played 3 games as a backup his rookie year. He has not played a single game in the MLS this year after playing 3 as a backup. Yeah, that's a waste of a number 1 pick by Charlotte. Sucks because I want to see these college soccer players succeed, but a lot of MLS teams trust their academies, and Hamady Diop's tape was really bad against Noel, but be fair to Noel, Noel's had a good career. Shakur Mohammed, has Mohammed gotten promoted yet? Because Shakur Mohammed was the consensus number 1 player in this draft. He falls to 2. Has he even played in Orlando yet, or is he still in MLS Next? That's he is a reserve on Orlando's MLS roster, but he's been developing in MLS Next. Yeah, he has not played. It sucks because he was drafted ahead of Duncan McGuire. You would think, okay, he played 2 games in Orlando this year for 4 minutes off the bench. And he has a passer rating of 100%. That's good. If he's got a kicking accuracy percentage or passing percentage of 100%, I'd give him more minutes. Get him some experience. It's like, I get it. He's a college soccer player. You don't want to play college soccer, guys. Moise Bombito was a center back drafted 3rd overall. He's a starter on the Rapids. He's had a good career. Is Joshua Bolma in the MLS yet? That's kind of because when it comes to these top picks, you want to see these top picks in the MLS and you want to see them perform at a high level. And look, the top 2 picks both look like busts, but Moise Bombito had a good rookie year. I mean, Canada's coaches will not shut up about Bombito. And Duncan McGuire, the 6th pick's been good. Joey Skinner made his MLS debut. His dad, Bob Skinner, gives me a lot of Clemson insight on their soccer team. And Valentin Noel. So, Bulma's a bust. New England had Bombito and Bulma at 1 and 2 on their board, and they moved up. JC Ngondo could break out for Vancouver. He was teammates with Theo Colum, and Vancouver decided not to keep Colum, but they ended up keeping Ngondo, and Ngondo's on the Las Vegas Lights with Valentin Noel. That's interesting. So the Las Vegas Lights have JC Ngondo, and they have Valentin Noel, 2 first-round picks from this draft. And Ngondo went 5th. Duncan McGuire went 6th. Elijah Paul went overseas. He was my number 1 player, but he went overseas to Scotland. So I can't call him a bust. Stefan Afrifa is a striker on Sporting Kansas City. He's a starter. He went 8th. Didn't start his first year. Owen O'Malley got cut after his rookie year. The St. Louis FC moved down from 1 to 9, and they bought him out after his rookie year. Daniel Mooney hasn't made the MLS yet. Joey Skinner came in off the bench. Patrick Agimang ended up moving up, ended up getting some minutes with Charlotte. CJ Fodry hasn't broken out yet for Austin FC. I think Fodry's a regular starter now. Fodry was the number 1 player in this draft at one point. I'm looking to see where Fodry is ranked, because I loved Austin FC's draft. They got Fodry, who was once the number 1 player in the draft, and they got Valentin Noel at 13 and 20. But yeah, Fodry has played 11 games, 1 assist, but mainly off the bench. They're not even starting him. They're playing him off the bench. Kind of disappointing, but this has been 2023 has been kind of a disappointing draft class. Burton Jackson, Salt Lake, Abdi Salim became the starting right back for Orlando, and he was drafted at 18 after Orlando traded their right back to DC United. Cole Jensen hasn't panned out yet. Valentin Noel went 20th. Valentin Noel had 8 goals, 4 assists in MLS Next. He gets demoted after winning MLS Cup MVP. He has 7 goals and 4 assists this year with the Las Vegas Lights in 19 matches. And, I think he can break his record for points. But nobody's giving him an opportunity. If I'm San Diego, I'm looking at Noel in the expansion draft. Even if you play him off the bench, I think he can get you 5 goals, 4 assists off the bench as a backup. So that's a player I would be targeting in the expansion draft if I were San Diego. I don't know if he's eligible for that, but I would be willing to give up a 3rd round pick or a 2nd round pick to get Noel, or do like a 2nd round pick swap, or trade my 3rd round pick for Noel, because I think he's a good player and I think he deserves an opportunity in the MLS. Joey Akpunanu went to FC Cincinnati at 22, was a bench player in the MLS as a rookie. Look, 2023 MLS draft, I tried my very best to be objective about this draft, but Holden Trent, backup goalie with the Philadelphia Union, could be the successor. But 2023's been a very underwhelming draft, and the 2 players I'm waiting on are Joey Skinner at 12 and Valence Spodry at 13 and Noel at 20. Outside of that, 2023's been a very underwhelming draft, Joey, and Levante Johnson was a bench player for Vancouver despite coming off the board at 29. So that was a very underwhelming draft. The 2023 MLS draft. I mean, we'll see what happens. NBA draft. Victor Wembanyama went number 1. But outside of Wembanyama, who's been an impact player in this class? I mean, Wembanyama's been as good as advertised. Brandon Miller's been as good as advertised. Scoot Henderson's been as good as advertised when he's in the lineup. He's now taken over for Lillard. Well, he took over for Lillard and took the point guard job. Eamon Thompson, good backup, didn't do enough to assert himself as a starter behind Freddie Van Vliet. Oscar Thompson started for the Pistons but had under 10 points a game. Anthony Black, bench player. Kulaby, bench player. Jarris Walker, bench player. Hendricks, Kassan Wallace, Jet Howard, Derek Lively, under 10 points a game at Duke, but he was a starter on the Mavs NBA Finals team, and he averaged 10 points a game in the NBA, so it doesn't matter. He had a good rookie year. But yeah, it feels like the top 3 of this draft have lived up to the hype. The rest of the draft class is still developing, and that's the big reason why this is at 4. Jamie Jacquez Jr., Brandon Podzinski, a senior from Santa Clara. He's a backup on Golden State. Cam Whitmore's a backup on the Rockets. There were some good players in the 2023 NBA draft. Chris Murray, good bench player. A lot of good bench players, but Marcus Sasser's like a 3rd-string point guard. Ben Shepherd of Belmont. A lot of interesting players, but Julian Strother's going to be the starting shooting guard for the Denver Nuggets this year. He was a senior in college. He was a junior at Gonzaga. So 2023 NBA draft is interesting, but I also feel it's an underwhelming draft. Because the top 3 guys have lived up to the hype, but the rest of the class is still developing, and it's really too early to make a verdict on it. I don't think there's any busts, but the top 3 players in the draft were really the only impact players. And Gigi Jackson, Gigi Jackson started some games last year, got some experience, and he looked like he was going to start at power forward, and they were going to move Jaren Jackson to center, but they can keep Jackson at power forward and start Zach Edey, and they don't have to worry about Gigi Jackson. We'll get to Edey in a little bit, but we've already gone over these drafts for 24. We have the draft results up on YouTube. You can view that. I did not think this show would be this long, but it's been fun to talk about a lot of these draft prospects. The 2023 MLB draft came in at 3, although I would argue Paul Skeens has had the biggest impact. Paul Skeens, 1.90 ERA, undefeated as a starter, pitched well in the All-Star game. Paul Skeens has kept the Pirates in contention. And Dylan Cruz is in AAA on Rochester. Wyatt Langford's in the MLB. Those were the top 3 players, and all of them have lived up to the hype. Jacob Wilson's in AA. Rhett Lauder's in AA. Wake Forest pitcher Rhett Lauder, he was at the Futures game. I am more impressed with the progress of the 2023 MLB draft picks, Joey, compared to the progress the 2023 NBA draft picks have made outside of the top 3. Nolan Schnottel and Paul Skeens are both in the MLB already at picks 1 and 11. So the MLB draft already has 2 impact players. Matt Shaw, the Cubs first round pick at shortstops in AA. Kyle Teal is in AA. I think Teal could get up to AAA soon. I mean, I'm trying to be positive about this draft, but, you know, there's still a lot of guys developing. We'll have to wait and see. The Guardians drafted Ralphie Velik as a high school catcher at 23 in this draft. He had a top 30 grade, but I had him going in the comp portion. Hudson Waldrop's already in AAA. Bryce Matthews, the Nebraska shortstop's in AA already. And just looking at the 2023 draft, it's wait and see right now. But Skeens has been a difference maker, and the reason I put the MLB draft at 3 is because of Skeens' impact, and because I'm more encouraged with the progress of these MLB draft picks compared to where some of the other guys are at in their development. And I have the 2023 NHL draft at 2 and the NFL draft at 1. I'll quickly go through I don't think I need to go through anything outside of the first round of the NHL draft. Because right now, the 4-star players, Connor Bedard, my 4-star players in this draft were Connor Bedard, Leo Carlson, Adam Fantilli, and Mitch Michkov, and they're all going to be in the NHL next year. And 2023 was a forward-heavy draft. But Philadelphia and Arizona both decided to reach for defensemen. And there was not a single defenseman in my top 11, Joey, but those teams, they reached for defensemen, and 2 of my top 11 players fell. I think one of my top 11 players fell to round 2. So, I mean, Fantilli's going to be in the NHL. All of the top 3 picks are in the NHL. Will Smith, the number 4 pick, is going to be in the NHL with Macklin Celebrini this year as a rookie. Reinbacher is going to push for a roster spot. I think he's a year away, but he's going to push for a roster spot in camp. Michkov's going to be in the NHL this year. Ryan Leonard should be in the NHL this year. He's good enough. I don't know. Is TalkShoe basically saying we're cutting you guys off? Because I don't know. I made the record. TalkShoe lets you record up to 12 hours. So I'm just going to assume they're. So I'm guessing we're only live on the live stream. I'm not going to end the call. I want to get through the 24 draft classes. Zach Benson, who was in my top 5, made the Sabres as a rookie. Braden Yeager did so well with Moose Jaw that he's actually, there's a chance he could push for a roster spot with the Penguins. I think it's more likely that with the Penguins getting a good center and free agent, getting a center from the Blues, and Lars Eller still on the roster, I think it's more likely that Yeager goes back to Moose Jaw for one more year and pushes for an NHL roster spot on the Penguins next year. But Yeager's a guy who could push for a roster spot. So as far as the top 15 goes, it was a forward-heavy draft. I don't think I need to do a deep dive on this class because the top 4 in the NHL, 7 and 8 are in the NHL, so 6 of the top 8 are in the NHL. Dalibor Dvorsky could push for a roster spot next year, but the Blues can also develop the Swedish center at his own pace. Tom Willender's on Rogel BK. He was on Rogel BK. He was the first line defenseman on Boston U. He'll get more experience. He'll be ready for the NHL in a year from now. Zach Benson. So 7 of the top 13 picks are in the NHL. And there's a chance Yeager and Reinbacher push for roster spots. So that's 9 of the top 14. That's pretty good progress for the 2023 NHL draft. As far as progress goes, I'll quickly do a back end, but most of these guys aren't going to be ready for another year or two in the back end of round 1. Sasha, yeah, it redirected me to, okay, it's allowing me to start recording on TalkShoe. So we're back on TalkShoe. But yeah, looking at the 2023 NHL draft, Colby Barlow was a guy I had a top 15 grade on. He could come up to Winnipeg because Winnipeg has Nicolas Ehlers in a contract year, their 2014 first-round pick, and Kyle Connor, their 2015 first-round pick, has 2 years left. They did draft Colby Barlow, who's in my top 15. I think Colby Barlow's going to – I think Edmonton's going to let Ehlers or Connor walk, and then they're going to bring up Barlow and reload. I think that's what we'll end up see happening. Too early to say. Oliver Moore, I think he'll be the third-line center on the Blackhawks at some point once he's done with college. Charlie Stramel, I think the Red Wings took it. Minnesota got Stramel. Oliver Bonk did really well with the Flyers. The son of Oliver Bonk was my 4th best defenseman. He's the son of a former NHL player. Yeah, I think his dad was Peter Bonk. So Tanner Molendick already made Nashville's roster as a rookie, and he was drafted 24th overall. Nashville worries me. As a Dallas Stars fan, Nashville worries me. They got Stamkos, they got Mark Chesholt from Vegas, and they hit on Tanner Molendick. Quentin Musty at 26 could be a future NHLer for the Sharks. Those 2 guys in the back end of round 1 could be NHLers next year. Colin Ritchie, Avalanche center, could be a player to watch. Easton Cohen was good in the the Hurricanes drafted Bradley Nadeau at 30. Bradley Nadeau is expected to be on the Hurricanes roster. He was so good in his 1 year of college that he went from the BCHL to college to signing an NHL contract as a freshman. And the Hurricanes got him at 30. And the Blues drafted David Edstrom at 32, but drafted him to the Blues. All right, I'm done talking about the 2023 NHL draft. There are some good players in this draft, but it feels more like a top-heavy draft than a deep draft. And we got to get to the 2023 NHL draft. Then we will quickly speculate how the 2024 draft classes are going to go. And Bryce Young went number 1. Stroud had a historically good rookie year. Will Anderson went 3rd. Anthony Richardson went 4th. The top 4 went as expected. I don't think you can say anybody's a bust in the top 4 yet. Witherspoon went 5th. That looks like the right pick for Seattle. The Raiders reached for Tyree Wilson. Orrin wanted to give the Raiders the benefit of the doubt. Paris Johnson played right tackle as a rookie. He's now the blind side to Kyler Murray. It looks like the Cardinals and Seahawks got it right. I gave the Raiders shit for not taking Jalen Carter. It looks like I was right. Orrin wanted to give Tyree Wilson the benefit of the doubt. I can't. Bijan Robinson's been good with the Falcons. Jalen Carter's been good with the Eagles. Darnell Wright was a good right tackle for the Bears at 10. Skoronski did a nice job at left guard. Gibbs went to the Lions. He was a backup, but he did a nice job there. And Broderick Jones went to the Steelers. He's expected to take the left tackle job from Dan Moore Jr. this year. I liked Emmanuel Forbes, but I didn't like him as much as I liked Christian Gonzalez. The Patriots got Christian Gonzalez at 17. He had a good rookie year before injuries caught up to him. Jack Campbell started the year as a star, became a backup. Kalijah Cansey became a starting 34 left it, and for the Buccaneers, and he commanded a lot of triple teams and double teams. Jackson Smith-Njigba did well. I mean, Quentin Johnston, rough rookie year. I think he does better. He will get more looks, more opportunities. It depends. That competition for the Chargers receiver job is going to be fun. Now that Keenan Allen and Mike Williams are gone, you essentially have Quentin Johnston, Ladd McConkey, and Josh Palmer competing to be Justin Herbert's number one receiver. I could see Ladd McConkey getting Herbert a Super Bowl if he reaches his ceiling, but I also think he's a long shot to reach his ceiling. But if he wins the wide receiver one job as a rookie, that's really going to put my concerns with Ladd McConkey to bed. I think that's going to be a fun competition between those receivers. Zay Flowers went to the Ravens. He became their number one receiver for Lamar. Jordan Addison's the number two for Cousins, but now you have Darnold and McCarthy. Banks is the number one corner on the Giants. Dalton Kincaid's the Bills' tight end too, but you got Mozzie Smith. He was a backup as a rookie. He'll start this year. Anton Harrison was the right tackle for the Jaguars. I liked Myles Murphy coming out of Clemson, Joey, and I think Myles Murphy is going to start when Trey Hendrickson leaves, and there's not going to be a drop-off, and he's going to have that presence that Watt and Garrett have. I really do like Myles Murphy. Murphy will probably be used more as a situational pass rusher. Brian Bressie went to New Orleans, was their starter by the end of the year. And then Felix Anudike-Uzomah will probably start for Kansas City this year, I would think. He was a first-round pick. They could go with Mike Donna and Carl Loftus, but it's year two for Anudike-Uzomah. You drafted him to replace Jordan Clark. I think he breaks out in year two and surprises a lot of people. Joey Porter Jr. was one of the Steelers' best picks in the 2023 draft. Became the number one corner as a rookie. Will Levis ended up going a pick later. The Lions got Laporta. The Raiders got Mayer. Both of those tight ends were great value picks. The Rams got Steve Avila, who's moving from left guard to center. The Seahawks had a first-round grade on Derek Brown. Bergeron started at left guard. Mingo started for the Panthers as a rookie. Foskey had 10 sacks in back-to-back years at Notre Dame, hasn't broke out. Musgrave had some moments before his injury. Joe Tippmann became the Jets' starting center in the second half. Julius Brents was the Colts' number one corner last year. The Colts have enough confidence to keep him in that role. Brian Branch is the nickel for the Lions. Keon White did a nice job as a rookie. Might start this year. Cody Mock did a good job at right guard for the Buccaneers as a rookie. Keanu Benton did a good job at nose tackle. Jaden Reed was the slot receiver for Green Bay. I mean, there were some second-round picks that had impact as a rookie. Charbonnet had some nice games when Kenneth Walker was injured. But, you know, he took pressure off of Walker, and we saw the Seahawks go running back by committee. Gervon Dexter redshirted. He is going to start this year for the Bears in year two. We both like Dexter coming out of Florida. Rashee Rice ended up going to the Chiefs. Andrew liked the Rashee Rice grade. I think Rashee Rice is going to get suspended, but he did win a Super Bowl as a rookie. Tyreek Stevenson took the number two corner job from Kyler Gordon. I'll give him credit for that. Wanstead was right about him. His intel on the Bears was accurate. John Michael Schmitz, Minnesota center, ended up starting for the Giants as a rookie. Jim Nagy thought he was a first-round center, better than in the same ballpark as Creed Humphrey. There's a reason he fell to 57. Osiris Torrance won the right guard job as a rookie with the Bills. Did really well there. He was a first-round player. DJ Turner became a starter with the Bengals. That's a big reason why they bought out Awuzie. So I did not like the Brenton Strange pick. I gave that an Urban Meyer grade. Marvin Mims has been a good slot receiver for Denver. But yeah, there have been some good players, Joey. There have been. There were some good players in round two of this 23 class. You want to add anything? Some of these rookies really stepped up and showed they could play, even if they only played in glimpses. Yeah. Tyler Steen went to third round. I thought that was a reach, but at the same token, Injury kept him from working out at the combine. He did well at Alabama's pro day. But here's what the Eagles' thought process was. Dickerson at left guard, Juergens at center, Tyler Steen at right guard. And Tyler Steen, he was a backup this year at right tackle and right guard, and he's going to play right guard full time this year with the Eagles. I'm curious to see what he does. Sidney Brown did a nice job with the Eagles when he played, but it felt like they eased him in. It felt like they went with Blankenship and Edmonds, and they eased Sidney Brown into the lineup rather than playing him right out of the gate. I think Sidney Brown could have a big year for the Eagles. I would not be surprised if he led the Eagles in interceptions. Drew Sanders tore his ACL. It's unfortunate because, I mean, he's going to be in a Chad Muma-like role with the Broncos. That's what he was expected to compete for playing time. Hendon Hooker's the backup to Goff. He's going to get a full year to learn under Goff now. He's probably going to be the backup as long as he's there. If Goff gets injured and he dominates, I think a team will trade for Hendon Hooker because he's ready to play. I mean, it's just, the injury kept him from developing last year. I did like the value that Lions got him at. And Tank Dell went to the Texans in round 3. Tank Dell was a steal for the Texans in round 3. He was. Garrett Williams, I'm waiting and seeing. The Cardinals don't have a true number 1 corner. Hopefully Garrett Williams can emerge. Jalen Hyatt I think he could be a number 2 receiver to Malik Neighbors on the Giants. Cedric Tillman went to the Browns, number 4 receiver. It's just interesting. Tucker Kraft, number 2 tight end with the Packers. Josh Downs showed a lot of promise as a rookie. Tajay Spears is going to be Titans starting running back. Tajay Spears could be a good bargain in fantasy if he breaks out this year. Devin Achane went to the Dolphins at 84. He's already off the board in the Bantle draft. Oh, Trenton Simpson is going to be taking over for Patrick Queen. We both had a first-round grade on Simpson. That's a big reason why I don't think there's going to be a drop-off or even an adjustment period. I think Simpson comes in and replaces Queen, and there's no drop-off in play. And it's a big reason why I took the Ravens to win the Super Bowl. Jason posted a meme. Me, the parrot, fantasy draft pred the kip. My actual job, a kid drowning. And Kerm responded, "You must not be teaching summer school." I have taught summer school, but not this year. I think that's partially due to Anakin being born. Anakin Walter Bantle, named after Walter Cherepinski. Jair Brown started some games. Tank Bigsby, the backup running back, hasn't taken that leap. Kobe Turner almost won Defensive Rookie of the Year as a 3rd-round pick. He's going to be able to come in and have an impact. Amarian Overshone got injured in the preseason. He'll be starting at linebacker this year. Wanya Morris will be starting at left tackle with Donovan Smith gone, but Kingsley Suamadi is going to push him for that left tackle job. Oh, and Darnell Washington was a good number 2 tight end to Freiermuth. When Freiermuth was injured, Washington really stepped up. Michael Wilson was a guy I wasn't high on, but a lot of people think he's going to break out with Marvin Harrison Jr. taking pressure off of him. A lot of people think he's going to be a breakout candidate next year. Jordan Battle, I like him as a backup. I don't think he's a starter. But yeah, 3rd round of this 2023 draft, Jake Moody was the kicker. Trey Tucker is expected to start for the Raiders this year. I don't like Trey Tucker, but we'll give him a year before the dust settles. Mekhi Blackman won the number 2 corner job with the Vikings, and the Vikings got him at 103. They traded up with the Niners. Jacorian Bennett's the nickel corner on the Raiders. Keely Ringo's the nickel corner on the Eagles, so a bunch of nickel corners. Blake Freeland's the backup right tackle. I did like Freeland. Bradford's projected to start for Seattle on the interior. Adwabore's a defensive tackle on the Colts for depth. DeJuan Jones was a steal in the 4th round. I think right now DeJuan Jones is the biggest steal. I'm not saying Ringo and Bennett weren't good 4th-round picks, but they just didn't have the same impact that DeJuan Jones had for the Browns. Clark Phillips was a good nickel corner, too. He's going to be the number 2 corner on Atlanta this year. They liked him enough to promote him. Sidey So did start some games at right guard for the Patriots when they moved Onwenu to right tackle. Carter Warren started some games. Not enough of a sample size. I liked Ventrell Miller, but the Jaguars have him as their number 4 linebacker. He missed his rookie year due to injuries. Jake Hayner, third string quarterback, redshirted. Going to be the backup now. Stetson Bennett, year 2 with the Rams. Nick Herbig was a good player for the Steelers. I had a third round grade on Nick Herbig, and he showed he could be a situational pass rusher with Watt injured. He really stepped up near the end of the year when Watt was injured. So I think the Steelers have 3 good edge rushers. Tyler Scott's on the Bears. Aiden O'Connell was a great value pick. But they ended up New England was projected to get this comp pick, but Patriots traded this pick to the Raiders, who took Aiden O'Connell. So the Patriots traded this pick to the Raiders, who got Aiden O'Connell. This was basically Belichick burning bridges with the Patriots since this was Belichick's last draft. KJ Henry might start for the Commanders this year. Darius Rush got cut by 2 different teams already. Clayton Tune was awful in his lone start. Even Dorian Thompson-Robinson was better than Clayton Tune in his lone start. I do think DTR is still developing. Jacqueline Roy's still developing. Just looking at this draft here, Jaron Hall, Henry To'oTo'o could start for the Texans this year. Asim Richards, almost started. Evan Hull, I like Evan Hull, but if he can't beat out Trey Sermon, a 4th-string running back on the Eagles, for playing time, then he's a 3rd-string running back. Puka Nacua fell to the 5th round. That was really the big steal of this draft. Puka Nacua almost won Rookie of the Year as a 5th-round pick. And the Rams hitting on Kyron Williams and Puka Nacua is huge for them because it allows them to rebuild on the fly while Stafford's still in his prime before he declines and retires. Trevius Hodges Tomlinson fell to round 6. J.L. Skinner fell to round 6. Jalen Duncan started a few games at left tackle. Trey Palmer in round 6 was a bargain. Luke Whippler, good 3rd-string player at center, but, Trey Palmer ended up winning a slot receiver job. Chris Rodriguez started some games. A.T. Perry's going to be a starter on the Saints this year. He was a 6th-round pick. He dominated the Shrine Bowl along with Zay Flowers. Him and Zay were the 2 standouts. Jarrett Patterson started some games for the Texans. He's going to be a depth player, but I think if Kenyon Green gets injured again, we could see him starting. And Andre Iosivas actually showed he could be a slot receiver down the stretch. He was 3rd on the Bengals in touchdowns despite being a backup as a rookie. So there's a lot of promise there with him. Can he take over for T. Higgins? That remains to be seen. Trey Hawkins was the number 2 corner on the Giants as a rookie. And were there any 7th-round picks that had impacts right out of the gate? The Lions took Antoine Green. The Jets took Zach Kuntz. The Colts took Jalen Jones in the 7th round. Jalen Jones might be the Colts' nickel corner this year. He developed mainly last year. I liked Cooper Hodges. Andrew Voorhees is going to start at left guard for the Ravens. The Ravens gave the Browns a 6th-round pick for him. Carrington Valentine's going to start is going to be a depth corner, but I think he can start at nickel and be effective. Corey Trice, Pittsburgh got him in the 7th round. I liked him. He might be Pittsburgh's nickel corner. Isaiah Bolden, Patriots got him. He's coached by Deion Sanders. He might become something. Nick Jones, backup corner. Alex Austin got cut by the Bills. Jalen Graham, backup linebacker. Alex Forsyth, I liked him. He hiked the ball to Bo Nix his first year at Oregon. I would not be surprised if Forsyth won the center job, but a lot still out there on the 2023 drafts. Now, we have live streams for all the 2024 drafts, and it's kind of late. We started the podcast at 10 a.m. We're still here at 6:30, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the drafts for 2024, and I'm going to rank them based on where I'm projecting them. And I've got the NBA draft at 5. I thought this was the worst NBA draft. I would rank the NBA draft behind the WNBA draft. That's how bad I thought the NBA draft was. So I had the NBA draft at 5. I put the MLS draft at 4. Tyrese Spicer's had a lot of success as a number 1 pick in the MLS. Wayne Frederick went number 2 in the MLS draft. He's only played 1 MLS game. Too early to say what his future holds. Number 3 pick was Logan Farrington out of Oregon State. And Logan Farrington's had some success in the MLS. But yeah, the number 1 and number 3 picks are literally the only successful players in the 2024 MLS draft. But, the NBA draft, I felt like there were some reaches, but I felt like Dalton Neck to the Lakers and Zach Edey, those were really good picks, the seniors. Stephon Castle, the Spurs, was good value in my opinion, but I don't know if he's going to start over Chris Paul after Chris Paul left Golden State as a backup to go to the Spurs. But Spicer and Farrington ended up have played in the MLS. Kamani Stewart-Baines, I don't know if he's played in the MLS. He was the projected number 1 pick at one point. Kamani Stewart-Baines, has he played for the Rapids yet in the MLS? Okay, so apparently scores lone goal in Rapids 2. So he did score the game-winning goal in MLS Next. But yeah, the 2024 NBA draft, I thought it was the worst of the bunch. We do have live streams for all of these drafts. So I'm not going to go ahead and show them on the screen. Reed Sheppard looks good. The Hawks compared Reed Sheppard to Patrick Mahomes, and they passed on him and took Rasacher. It looks really laughable now because, Reed Sheppard's kicked ass in the Summer League, and Rasacher and both Rasacher and Sarr look like busts. So who knows how this draft's going to turn out, Joey? I think Castle's going to be good. I think Sheppard and Castle are going to be good players. But there's going to be a lot of depth players and role players. I think Zach Edey is the Vegas odds favorite to win Rookie of the Year because he's projected starter for Memphis. So I think Edey, your favorite player in this draft, is the Vegas favorite to win Rookie of the Year. There were just more seniors in this draft than underclassmen. And even Kerm's talking about Cooper Flagg. If Kerm is talking about Cooper Flagg, that means Cooper Flagg is going to be good. The hype he's generating. I ranked the 2024 MLB draft at number 3, but I think an argument can be made for this at number 2. I just felt like NHL teams got really good value in the 2024 NHL draft. The 2024 NHL draft was the only draft to not get a dry cornbread grade. And I do put a lot of stock into that, but I don't think the 2024 we talked about the Guardians at the beginning of the show. The Guardians had the best draft. The Rockies had a good draft. The Royals had a good draft. The Pirates, the Athletics, a lot of these teams had a good draft. But, the Athletics have the third worst record, Joey, and they're going to have to move down from 3 to 11 because the new rule in the MLB lottery states that if you pick in the top 6 2 years in a row, you are ineligible to have a top 10 pick the following year. So even though the Athletics have the third worst record, they're going to drop to 11 because they won the MLB lottery in 2023, moving down from 2 to 6, and they won the lottery in 2024, moving down from 1 to 4. So the third worst team is going to pick at 11 in 2025, and I think that's bullshit when you consider how bad the Athletics have had it. This is why they're going to continue to be in a rebuild even when they go to Vegas, whereas the Guardians, the Pirates, those teams have consistently hit on their draft picks to where even the casual fan like Joey is starting to see the identity those teams are building. So, it's like, that's the thing. Whereas with the Athletics, you're going to have Jack Wilson's kid and Nick Kurtz. That's your future, but we don't know how it's going to play out yet. So, I'm not saying they're going to suck forever, but them dropping from them dropping from 3 to 11 in next year's draft kills them because they were in the lottery. And they're the last team that needs that, because if the MLB never instituted a lottery, Dylan Cruz goes number 1 to the Nationals, and the Athletics get Paul Skeens at 2, and the Athletics probably take Condon at number 1 in this draft. I think I don't know, if Bazana, they might have taken Bazana at 1, but the Athletics have Zach Geloff. He's a good second baseman. I think the Athletics would have had Skeen and Condon. If the MLB doesn't institute a lottery, the Athletics have Skeens and Condon. And that gives the Athletics a future. Like, if Paul Skeens was pitching in the Oakland Raiders' old stadium, I think they would have opened up the back row with how good Skeens has been. They would have opened up the upper deck for that final year at that stadium. I think that would have been huge for attendance with the Athletics. But the Pirates are the beneficiary of the first MLB lottery, the Guardians the second. And look, I did like this draft, but because the NHL draft had 0 dry cornbread grades, the only team that got a dry cornbread grade in the MLB draft was the Yankees. The Yankees took a second-round player. They took 2 pitchers with an ERA of 5, Joey. So I gave the Yankees dry cornbread for that. And I basically said on the live stream that I'm happy that the Yankees got a dry cornbread grade. That makes me very happy that the Yankees fucked up in the draft, because it gives these small market teams a window to capitalize on that. You know, if these small market teams hit on their draft picks, they have a legitimate window to contend. And, you know, I liked what the NHL draft did. 2024 NFL draft still came in at number 1. The star power on offense. I mean, man. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, 6 quarterbacks in the top 12. I think the 2024 draft is going to be really interesting. Now, I'll give you guys a brief preview of the 2025 drafts, and then I'm going to give you I'll give you the NCAA preview here. But yeah, the 2025 NFL draft is interesting. I have right now, looking at my 2025 NFL draft big board, what I did is I took the NCAA ratings and rewatched the tape. And if a player had bad tape but a high NCAA rating, I gave them a lower floor grade, used their overall grade in NCAA as a ceiling grade, and then I basically, my big board looks like this. I do not have a quarterback coming off the board until 56 or 57. With Carson Beck and Shedeur Sanders, floor grade 73 out of 99, ceiling grade 93 out of 99. And I think it's a 50-50 chance that Sanders or Beck reaches their ceiling. I think only one of them reaches their ceiling, and I think it's a 50-50 thing. I don't think it's going to happen overnight. I think both quarterbacks are going to go through growing pains as rookies, as sophomores, and one of them might break out in year 3. Hopefully I'm wrong on that, but right now I am down on the quarterback class. I love the corners in this year's draft. I have Will Campbell and Kelvin Banks at 2 and 6 on my board. I have Luther Burden at 4. I have Malachi Starks at 3, Morrison at 4, McMillan at 7, Igbuka at 8, Mikael Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia, at 9, Deontay Walker at 10. I have Tate Ratledge, the Georgia right guard, at 11. I have Clay Webb, a Jacksonville State left guard that dominated against South Carolina, at 17 on my board. I have 3 safeties in the top 18. I have Starks at 3. I have Xavier Watts, the Bronco Nagurski winner from Notre Dame, at 12. And I have Sebastian Castro out of Iowa at 18. Yeah, I really freaking love this safety group. I have 3 safeties in my top 18. I also have Ashton Jeanty at 21, Ole Gordon at 24. I have 2 first-round running backs. I have 5 edge rushers in round 1 with Scorton, Texas A&M, Tumalowau, Rucker. I think it's a top-heavy edge group. I don't think it's a deep edge group. And I think there's a drop-off in edge rushers after the 5 guys I mentioned in the first round. And it's a pretty big drop-off. I think there's a pretty big drop-off with I think there's some good corners in round 2, some good running backs in round 2. But 2025 is going to be a defensive end, defensive tackle, cornerback, running back, safety draft, Joey. That's what 2025 is going to be. It's going to be a defensive-themed draft with I think I don't like the linebackers in 2025, but I think it's a good defensive line, defensive back, running back, guard draft. That's really what I see with the 2025 NFL draft. And even though I would not take Carson Beck, Shedeur Sanders, or Quinn Ewers in the first round, all three quarterbacks would be starting on the Titans, Raiders, and Giants over their current starters. All three of those guys, maybe if Minshew gets extended, he pushes Ewers in camp, but I think that's a best case scenario for the Raiders. But I'm fairly certain Carson Beck would be starting over Daniel Jones, even with his low floor. And I'm also fairly certain that Shedeur would start over Levis, because while Shedeur has an overall of 93 on NCAA, that's a ceiling in the NFL, he's got a floor of 73, in my opinion. That's higher than Will Levis's floor. And I would argue Carson Beck's floor is higher than Daniel Jones' floor, despite progressions being an issue at this point. He can read 4 out of 6. He can't read all 6 out of 6. But I still think, even with that weakness in his game, Beck has a better floor than Daniel Jones. And Joey's not really going to argue with me on that, because Daniel Jones is underachieved during his time with the Giants. So the 2025 NHL draft is interesting because there's only 12 players. Yeah. Now, the 2025 NHL draft is interesting because there's only 12 skaters with first-line experience. That's it. There's only 12 skaters in the entire draft who have experience on the first line. There were 24 skaters with experience in the first line at the start of the draft process. We ended up with 60. We ended up with 60 first-line players getting drafted. And I'm freaking astonished by that. And that's why I had 2024 as a deeper draft than 2023. Joey was skeptical of that notion initially, but we'll see what happens with the 24 NHL draft. But 2025, there's only 12 players with first-line experience. James Higgins, Porter Martone, Michael Misa, Anton Frondell, Logan Hensler, a defenseman who's going to Wisconsin, Malcolm Spence, the Erie Otters left winger, Jake O'Brien, Brantford Bulldogs winger in the OHL, Caleb Desnoyers, the Montcalm Wildcats first-line center, who's the number 1 pick in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft, Jordan Gavin, and a Tri-City Americans left winger, Kayshawn Aitchison, the Barrie Colts defenseman, was a number 1 defenseman as a 16-year-old. Benjamin Kevin, the Des Moines Buccaneers right winger, was a first-line player. And then Carter Bear was the first-line left winger on the Everett Silvertips. Carter Bear is he has a second-round grade, but he's a first-line player as a 16-year-old. So if Carter Bear dominates, I think he sneaks into the first round, Joey, because outside of the top 11, he's the only other first-line player at skater in the entire first 3 rounds of the draft. You have a lot of second, third, fourth-line guys that haven't established themselves that need more time to develop. That's mainly what the 2025 draft has, but the kicker is you have 10 goalies in the top 90. 10. I'm not joking. There are when Lines.com updated their NHL mock draft, they went from having 7 goalies in the 2025 draft to putting 10 in the first 3 rounds. They did. They went from 7 to 10 goalies. So if there's a shortage of first-line stars at skater, I would think that drives up the value for a goalie, Joey, especially with a lot of these goalies dominating in their +1 draft year. I would think that really drives up the value to draft a goalie in the first round. And I'll give you 3 teams that could draft a goalie in the back end of first round. San Jose Sharks, they have the Vegas Golden Knights first round pick. I think they draft a goalie. They draft Joshua Ravensburg in the top goalie. There's a goalie in the Czech Republic that shut out Canada in the World Juniors tournament as a 16-year-old. He's going to be on the Portland Winterhawks, who lost the WHL championship to Moose Jaw. And I think he creeps into the first round. I think Calgary takes him with the Devils pick. And then you look at the final player. I think Gabriel Diego, the 6'4", 225-pound goalie, goes to the Flyers with Edmonton or Colorado's first round pick. Even though his save percentage is below 900, he's trained with Marc-Andre Fleury for 2 years. He's played hockey. Marc-Andre Fleury actually took time out of his offseason to go to Canada to play with this kid, and he's been training him. That makes me want to pick this guy in the first round if he breaks out this year. Because he was 6'2", 205 at the age of 15. He's now 6'4", 225. And he's been training with Fleury for 2 years. If he breaks out this year, I would say he's a late first-round pick, especially in a draft that doesn't have a lot of star skaters. I mean, there's a huge surplus in talent in that draft right now. We got the Cooper Flag draft. I think there's going to be a lot of talent in the 2025 NBA draft. Cougs told me the 2025 MLB draft is nasty. We have Ethan Holiday, the top high school batter, projected at 1. Texas A&M center fielders projected to go 2nd. Florida State's ace pitchers projected to go 4th. Oh, and the top high school pitcher is projected to go 8th. So all of the star players are going to be in the top 8. So for everybody that said the 2025 MLB draft is going to be better than 2024, it has just as much star power, if not more, than the 24 draft. But I think there's a drop-off after like the top 10, after the top 8, or there's a drop-off in talent. I actually think 2025 is going to be weaker than 2023 and 2024, Joey. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. These kids still have a year to shut us up and make us look like idiots. But, I mean, if a high school pitcher is projected to go 8th in the draft, that tells me this is a weak draft class in 2025. Everyone was expecting 2024 to be the weak draft class. I think 2024 is going to be better than advertised. I think 25 is going to be the first weak draft class we've had for baseball in a few years. But we'll see. You know, it's still early, and I'm encouraged about the top 3 of the MLS draft because MLS draft, you have Reed, you have some good players. You have Reed Fisher, a center back who's very comparable to Walker Zimmerman on San Diego State. You have Ransford Guyon. He won Gatorade High School Player of the Year, not State Player of the Year, High School Player of the Year in men's soccer as a junior and senior. He's going to Clemson. He's been called the Ghanaian version of Lionel Messi. And if he dominates at Clemson like some of their freshmen have, Ransford Guyon could be the number 1 pick in the MLS draft this year as a freshman. And Alex Harris, 12 goals at Cornell as a true freshman. If he does that again, I think he's going very high in the super draft. I think those are guys who could all make the MLS right out of the gate as impact players. The rest of the draft class, probably looking at MLS Next guys. But I think those top 3 picks could all be day 1 stars in the MLS. So I'm kind of curious to see what happens in 2025. I think the NBA draft is stronger, but I think the NHL draft is a wild card because it could be stronger than 2024, but if there's not very many other first-line players outside of the 12 guys I mentioned, it's going to be a weak draft. And it's going to be really contingent on how the goalies develop, you know? It's going to be contingent on that. And the MLB draft is interesting, too, because Jonathan Mayo did a top 20, and everybody Cougs told me about is in the top 8. So I think 2025 is going to be an interesting year. It could be a letdown year, but it could also be a really... I mean, the 2025 NHL, MLB, and MLS drafts are wide open. 2025 NFL draft is kind of wide open. I mean, 2025 could end up being a down year outside of the NBA, but it could also end up being a year where a lot of guys who want to be risers have that opportunity to be risers if they ace their draft year, you know? So that's why 2025 is going to be interesting. But what are your thoughts on that? And then we'll go through the ratings. Well, I don't even know if I want to go through the ratings. We can do that in 2 weeks, can't we? I mean, it's not like it's 7. I want to call it a day. You want to call it a day. We can go through the player ratings in 2 weeks when we do the ACC preview. Can't we? Wait, is there even an ACC? No, there's not an ACC quarterback that's a star this year. I think, and that's the first conference we're going to preview. But yeah, we'll preview the Big 12, the SEC, and we'll preview the Power 4, but like, I mean, right now, I think you have Florida State with DJ Ugalele, and you have Cam Ward on Miami, Florida. Those are the two teams that stand out, Joey. Those are the two teams in terms of talent that stand out in the ACC. The best individual player in the ACC, according to NCAA, is Barrett Carter. Barrett Carter struggled in coverage. He gave up. He didn't look very fast. Marion Hampton's going to take off with Drake May in the NFL. SMU is like the number 3 pick to win the ACC. It's nuts. I like Quincy Riley, the Louisville corner. He did well against Notre Dame. But hey, looking at their player ratings, it's interesting. They ranked, looking at their ratings, they ranked Will Johnson at 1, Will Campbell at 2, Ole Gordon at 3. Ole Gordon's their number 3 player for the draft. James Pierce is 4th. Caleb Downs is 5th despite being a true sophomore. Probably a top 5 pick in 2026. Travis Hunter is 5th. Malachi Starks is 6th. Mason Graham is 7th. Judkins is 8th. Tate Ratledge is 9. Luther Burden is 10. That's the EA Sports big board. I think Burden at 10 is way too low. I could see him dropping to 6, but that's the furthest he'd fall. Benjamin Morrison's 11th. Kelvin Banks 12. McMillan 13. That's a good top 13. Barrett Carter and Higgins struggled on tape. They have Shadur at 16 and Carson Beck at 17 for the 25 draft. But they gave Shadur a 98 for awareness and Carson Beck a 96 for awareness. I like Shadur Sanders. I love his arm talent, but Shadur Sanders needs to show more to earn a 98 in awareness, EA Sports. I mean, it's like, am I wrong here, Joey? Colorado went 4-8. You don't hand Shadur Sanders a 98 in awareness. I think he has a chance to show critics he's a good quarterback. I'll probably mock him at 1, but, there's not a guy that runs away as the headline player in this draft. Okay? On most teams, Shadur or Carson Beck would be a second-string quarterback. And if the Titans get the number 1 pick, whoever they pick is going to compete with Levis for that starting job. They may not win it right out of the gate. Levis might do enough to keep the job for 1 more year. So, I mean, it's not that I don't like Levis. It's just, I'm not sure. Beck and Sanders have high ceilings, but they both have such low floors. I'm not sure what to think of either guy. But EA Sports has Quinn Ewers at 29, and they have Dylan Gabriel they have Quinn Ewers at 26, and they have Dylan Gabriel, the Oregon quarterback, at 29. So that is interesting. They have Torrey Horton at 45, but I think Horton will play his way into the first round this year. Because Horton impressed me on tape to the point where I think he has the floor of a day 1 starter. He'll go to Mobile this year. He'll be the Xavier Legette of this draft. And someone will take him in the first round. So, unless he underachieves, that's just the reality. But yeah, Walter Nolan, Xavier Watts. We'll have ACC previews in 2 weeks. I think the ACC is going to be a really boring conference, though. I mean, you have Cade Klubnik on Clemson. You have Cam Ward at Miami, Florida. And you have DJ Ugalele, a former Clemson quarterback at Florida State. And right now, Louisville and SMU are considered the number 2 and 3 favorites to win the conference behind Clemson. I think Clemson's getting more hype than they're warranted. But we'll see. We'll see if Klubnik can take that leap without his running back. Because Clemson's running back got drafted by the Eagles. Will Shipley, he got drafted by the Eagles. So I don't know how Klubnik does without Shipley. I would think teams are just going to try to defend and make Derek Clemson's replacement running back to beat him. Peter Woods is a true sophomore. He could be a future first-round pick in 26, but I think there's some impact players and stars in the 2025 draft, but I don't think there's as many in 2025 as there have been in the last 2 drafts. That's all I'm going to say on that, Joey. It doesn't look like there's as many star players in the NHL and MLB drafts. I like the top 3 of the MLS draft, but after that, there does feel like a drop-off right now, but it's early. Um, NBA draft would be my number 1 draft class for 2025 at the moment, but again, it's very early. And we'll be back in 2 weeks for season 14. It's 7 p.m. I've had a runny nose all day. I want to sign off. Joey wants to sign off. I'll promote this, but it's a two-parter, and I'm going to promote part 1 today, and I'm going to promote part 2 tomorrow. That's the bottom line. And we'll be back in 2 weeks. We'll break down the preseason. We'll break down the NFC North, the AFC North, and we'll break down the ACC. So we'll break down a lot. And I'm probably going to get a college football and fantasy football magazine at Rite Aid because I need to get some tissues as well. So I'm going to go to Walgreens and get that business handled now for 2 weeks from now. But yeah, that's going to do it. If you guys listen to the entire show, thank you so much. We'll talk about Caleb Williams signing. We'll talk about the NFC North and then the AFC North. And usually we start with the AFC North. And I know you're excited about AFC North Hard Knocks. AFC North, they're going to do in-season Hard Knocks on HBO this year, but they're going to do the entire division on Max. The entire AFC North division in-season Hard Knocks this year. They're going to have the Ravens, Bengals, Steelers, and Browns. The entire AFC North division on Hard Knocks this year. So you need to get Max. I'm telling you as your friend, you need to get Max. I know you don't want to sign up and pay for streaming services, but get Max for the AFC North and then unsubscribe afterwards. Okay, that's all I'm going to say on that. And on that note, Joey and I have been here since 10 a.m. We really want to sign off. Wow, we got some people in the chat room. Hey, homie, I checked your videos. Are you new in Kick streaming? Yeah, I would. I'll add you on Kick. Woodus52. I'll add you on Kick after the show. But thank you for checking in the chat room. 34 people still listening to me and Joey 4 hours later. We appreciate it. This is going to wrap up season 13, and it's a two-parter. So, yeah, 2017 through 2024 are on this video. 2015 and 2016 are on part 1. That's Joey. I'm Chris. This is our this is the 10th year we've podcasted on TalkShoe, and we'll enter year 2 on Restream in 2 weeks from now. We'll enter year 2 on Restream because we'll have the preseason, and we're gonna have the 12-team playoff. We're gonna have a lot of exciting stuff this year. I cannot wait to break down these draft classes, but I actually started putting together the code for my first NFL mock, but I'll get that done. I'll get some I'll check in on some people, but yeah, that'll do it. That's Joey. I'm Chris. We're signing off. Enjoy your summers. We're enjoying our 2-week vacations. Which really feels like a 13-day vacation with how late this podcast is. I don't know if I'm going to do another 10-year podcast in 10 years from now with the draft, because this one, I didn't think it would take this long. I thought it would take 2 or 3 hours. We were here. This was longer than the combine, which is nuts. So, yeah, but next year we'll do a history type show for the season finale, because really, after the drafts are over, if we have 1 or 2 shows left over, it's basically a draft recap where I let Joey pick the topics. And probably next year, we'll let Joey pick the topics for the season finale, because we've already recapped 10 years of drafts. We really don't need to go through it again, at least not for another 10 years. Maybe we'll do a 2025 through 2034 show in 10 years. But I'm not worrying about that right now. It's too fucking early to worry about that. Who knows if Joey or I is even going to be alive in 10 years from now, you know? So it's too early to worry about that. But yeah, we're signing off. We've been on TalkShoe for 9 hours. We've been on Restream for about 7. So yeah, we're signing off.